agar kita menjadi healthy. So this one bisa menjadi healthy di apa ini? Ya, di Indonesia. Jadi we tend to think about the physical development as our priority. And how about non-physical development that we can, if you have any suggestions to us in Indonesia? Thank you.
Ya, ya terima kasih. Ini pertanyaannya bagus-bagus. Terima kasih. Yang pertama soal pembangunan fisik ya. Kita ini lebih kepada brand image. Ya, jadi seringkali yang disebut pembangunan itu pembangunan fisik gitu. Saya misalnya kalau ke daerah, terus ngobrol sama supir taksi, mereka akan bilang, oh sekarang bupati atau wali kotanya bagus ini Pak. Kenapa? Banyak sekali pembangunannya. Pembangunan jalannya, apa. Jadi memang setiap pemimpin akhirnya berlomba-lomba untuk meninggalkan legacy yang kelihatan. Yang kemudian bisa menjadi semacam prasasti ya, orang jadi ingat semua, oh ya nih dulu ini jalan tolnya dibangun oleh siapa begitu. Makanya juga pemerintah kita kan lebih pada infrastruktur. Tentu kita membutuhkan infrastruktur, tapi seperti kata penanya tadi bahwa memang ada hal-hal yang bersifat non fisik gitu ya, dan ini menjadi satu hal yang sangat penting. Itu sebabnya dalam 17 Sustainable Development Goals atau tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan itu nggak cuma bicara soal fisik, gitu ya. Jadi misalnya bicara good health and well-being, ini nomor 3 malah, gitu. Ya, jadi yang pertama itu adalah tanpa kemiskinan, no poverty. Yang kedua adalah zero hunger, tanpa ada kelaparan. Ya. Yang ketiga good health and well-being, kehidupan sehat dan sejahtera. Ini kan satu ciri bahwa kita memang juga harus bicara pembangunan yang sifatnya non fisik. Ya. Kemudian juga misalnya ada di sini selain kita bicara ada goal, ada industri, innovation, infrastruktur. Ya. Jadi juga ada. Jadi Pak Jokowi juga tidak keliru. Ini goal nomor 9, infrastruktur itu, gitu ya. Tapi juga kemudian ada seperti misalnya di yang nomor 16 yang tadi saya sampaikan, yaitu peace, justice, and strong institutions. Ada perdamaian, keadilan, dan lembaga yang kuat, gitu ya. Nah, itu artinya juga harus membangun sistem, ya, sistem hukumnya, sistem peradilannya, gitu ya. Karena kalau hanya kita membangun fisik saja, tetapi prasarana sosial dan sistemnya tidak kita bangun, maka ini juga tidak akan sustainability ya, tidak akan sustainable. Itu yang kemudian masuk dalam sustainable goal development. Dan lagi-lagi itu semua tadi saya sampaikan adanya pendekatan ketiga, yaitu pendekatan budaya, rasional budaya dan etik ya. Itu karena kita menyadari bahwa tidak hanya semata-mata persoalan fisik dalam pembangunan ini, tapi juga hal-hal yang bersifat kebudayaan, bersifat etika gitu ya, atau dalam bahasa pemerintah dulu itu revolusi mental gitu ya, itu juga harus diperhatikan. Saya kira begitu Bu Titin.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then for the next questions, I think it's quite a bit similar. It's about Dianur Mawada is asking you questions. Tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan or Sustainable Development Goals in Indonesia program is according, in your opinion, which one is the most effective that we have to do? I mean that strategy, ya, strategi apa yang menurut saran Gus Nadir bisa dilakukan untuk mencapai SDGs di Indonesia?
Nah, jadi ini yang menarik adalah di tujuan keempat kita bicara quality education, pendidikan yang berkualitas. Ya. Jadi menurut saya ini strategi yang paling efektif, walaupun bisa kita nikmati 20 tahun kemudian. Kenapa? Karena itulah efek pendidikan, tidak bisa sehari semalam. Jadi kita bisa punya ibu moderator yang luar biasa ini, Bu Titin ini karena 20 tahun yang lalu beliau melakukan banyak hal. meningkatkan pengetahuan, kuliah, dan seterusnya. Jadi Bu Titin yang sekarang kita lihat, ini 20 tahun yang lalu usahanya. Gitu. Nah, begitu juga kalau kita mau...
Mantap.
Begitu juga kalau kita mau bicara strategi ke depan, ya. Ini ada yang main rebana ya. Jadi ada yang masih mau ludang ini. Ini soalnya suasananya di Kota Pekalongan ini. Suasananya Habib Lutfi ini. Jadi banyak rebana. Nah itu, jadi kalau kita mau melakukan strategi yang efektif, menurut saya ya memang tujuan keempat tadi, pendidikan berkualitas itu harus menjadi salah satu strategi penting dari kita. Begitu juga yang penting juga adalah misalnya strategi nomor ke-10, yaitu reduce inequalities, berkurangnya kesenjangan. Ya, saat ini ketimpangan sosial luar biasa. Padahal Pancasila, sila kelima kan keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia, di mana 80% aset-aset negara itu dikuasai oleh hanya segelintir orang. Ya. Dan perputaran uang di Jakarta itu juga sekitar 70-80% dari seluruh uang di Indonesia. Itu jelas menunjukkan ketimpangan sosial. Sehingga kemudian di tujuan yang nomor 10, yaitu berkurangnya kesenjangan, reduce inequalities, itu menjadi strategi juga yang paling penting. Saya kira begitu Bu Titin. Ya, saya kembalikan ke Bu Moderator.
Okay, thank you. And then more questions from Hafiz.
I have a questions, Ibu. Excuse me, Ibu Titin.
Okay, and he will directly ask questions to you, address questions to you. Yes,
may I deliver my question directly, Ibu Titin?
Silakan.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, thank you for Ibu Titin. Thank you for Professor Nadir for wonderful presentations. My name is Jauhari. I'm from Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, IAIN Pekalongan. Professor, allow me to ask your opinion. We know and believe that Islam doesn't discriminate people on the basis of gender, as the Quran promotes equality between men and women. The Quran, for example, mandates that like men, women have the right to choose to seek education, to choose their own couple, to work, to possess and inherit wealth and property. However, despite the Quran's clear support for women's rights, many Muslim societies neglect to follow these teachings. My question is, what do you think about the oppression of women within Muslim countries? Like, for example, we see Afghanistan, Pakistan, and many Muslim countries. What do you think about the oppression of women happening within Muslim societies? That's all, Professor. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Langsung saya jawab, Bu Titin ya. Baik, jadi memang kita itu sangat penting ini bicara soal gender equality ini ya. Ini karena masuk dalam Sustainable Development Goals juga, yaitu nomor 5, kesetaraan gender. Gitu. Dan benar seperti disampaikan tadi oleh penanya, bahwa Quran dan hadis memang sangat mensupport peranan perempuan di publik. Tetapi kita tahu ada persoalan-persoalan budaya, juga ada persoalan sistem, dan juga ada persoalan perangkat sosialnya yang belum siap. Misalnya, saya hanya ingin memberikan satu contoh. Ya, itu ada seorang mahasiswa saya dari Saudi Arabia yang pernah menulis disertasi di bawah bimbingan saya di Australia. Dia disertasinya itu sekarang sudah lulus dia. Disertasinya itu tentang hak perempuan muslimah di Saudi untuk pendidikan. Kenapa? Karena kita tahu bahwa di Saudi Arabia seringkali perempuan hanya punya peran di domestik saja, tidak di wilayah publik. Jadi akibatnya banyak sekali perempuan yang setelah dia berumah tangga, dia punya anak, dan kemudian dia tidak bisa meneruskan sekolahnya. Nah, itu kemudian dilakukan penelitian oleh kawan saya. Kawan saya itu laki-laki, orang Arab, oleh murid saya. Nah, kemudian dia menemukan satu kenyataan yang menarik, bahwa ternyata bukan semata-mata persoalan tafsir terhadap Quran dan hadis yang menyebabkan perempuan-perempuan muslimah di Saudi Arabia tidak bisa meneruskan pendidikannya. Tapi karena persoalan perangkat sosialnya belum ada. Ya. Misalnya, dia itu mendapat idenya ketika dia di Australia. Jadi misalnya ketika dia di Australia, ternyata di sana di Australia sudah ada child care, ya. Misalnya, jadi ketika si ibu itu kuliah atau si ibu itu bekerja, maka anaknya bisa dititipkan di child care. Begitu juga misalnya ada ruangan khusus untuk ibu-ibu menyusui anak-anaknya, sehingga tidak masalah kalau ibu itu dia bawa anaknya ke tempat kuliah ataupun ke tempat kerja misalnya. Nah, ini perasaan sosialnya belum ada di Saudi Arabia. Nah, maka dibalut dengan budaya mereka mengatakan, ya nanti daripada repot, sudahlah perempuan di rumah saja kalau gitu. Nah, yang menarik adalah ada seorang sahabat saya yang jadi anggota DPR, dia sempat posting di Instagramnya, bahwa ternyata di gedung DPR saja, itu belum punya ruangan khusus untuk perempuan menyusui anaknya. Sehingga para karyawan di DPR yang masih punya anak kecil itu repot. Masa mereka harus masuk ke toilet untuk kemudian menyusui anaknya? Itu kan kotor, tidak baik. Jadi belum ada misalnya ruangan. Nah, saya nggak tahu di IAIN Pekalongan bagaimana. Apakah prasarana sosial untuk mendukung perempuan ini sudah disiapkan atau belum? Jadi kadang-kadang kita bicara gender equality sampai berbusa-busa gitu ya, kita adu dalil gitu. Tapi prasarana sosialnya nggak kita buat. Misalnya kenapa kalau kita ke mall ya misalnya itu toilet perempuan ini paling tidak cerita istri saya, toilet perempuan itu antriannya panjang gitu. Jadi kalau saya pipis itu saya sudah keluar, istri saya masih ngantri belum keluar gitu. Saya lama nunggu. Nah, kenapa? Ya karena habitatnya kalau laki-laki itu kalau ke toilet ya dia pipis selesai. Tapi kalau perempuan, nah ini panjang ya. Dia harus dandan lagi gitu ya. Belum lagi kalau celana atau roknya berbelat-belit gitu ya dengan model yang macam-macam, itu nggak semudah laki-laki tinggal turunkan resleting kemudian pipis gitu. Jadi butuh waktu panjang ya. Ini fakta sosial. Nah, karena itu memang harus jumlah toilet perempuan itu harus lebih banyak, sehingga tidak terjadi antrian panjang. Gitu. Tapi kalau jumlah toilet laki-laki dengan wanita sama, ya maka akan terjadi antrian panjang. Ini satu contoh kecil bagaimana kita memahami kebutuhan perempuan yang berbeda dengan kebutuhan laki-laki, dan itu diwujudkan dalam sarana sosial. Ya, harus dibuat seperti itu. Jadi karena itu kembali lagi, ada berapa jumlah toilet perempuan di IAIN Pekalongan, apakah lebih banyak ketimbang laki-laki di setiap gedung fakultas, di setiap lantainya, gitu. Terus apakah ada ruangan perempuan untuk menyusui, apakah ada kemudian tempat penitipan anak, sehingga ibu dosen ataupun mahasiswi-mahasiswi yang sudah punya anak, dia bisa menitipkan anaknya di childcare, ya. Nah, kalau belum ada misalnya, ya kita memang lebih sibuk untuk bicara hal-hal yang normatif dan adu dalil, gitu. Sementara prasarana sosialnya belum ada. Saya kira gitu Bu Titin. Saya kembalikan ke Ibu moderator.
Okay, thank you, Gus Nadir. And then there are questions. Two questions, Hafiz MS and from Mr. Ali Gufron. The first question is, how to make an adequate and sustainable interpretation to verse of Al-Quran? Walan tardo angkal Yahudu walan nasara hatta tatabi'a millatahum, in order to develop a positive cohesion and culture to achieve SDGs? This is the first question from Hafiz MS, and then the second one, in the use of maqasidus syariah, should it be based on the existing hierarchy, starting from maintaining religion, maintaining soul, mind, lineage, or family and wealth? If there is a clash or contradiction between two hierarchies, for example, religion and wealth, which one should come first? And how to use maqasidus syariah in practice as a methodology? Thank you in advance. There are two questions.
Ya,
Okay.
jadi yang pertanyaan yang pertama, ya, ini saya nggak tahu kenapa yang ditanya ke saya ayat walan tardo ini ya. Ini kan ayat yang sangat populer. Ini artinya sekali-kali tidaklah orang Yahudi dan Nasoro itu rela ya untuk kemudian sampai di sini kamu ya, karena pakai domirnya angkal Yahud kamu, Nabi Muhammad mengikuti milad mereka gitu. Ini sebetulnya penafsirannya panjang ya. Saya pernah tulis di buku saya Tafsir Al-Quran di medsos mengenai ayat walan tardo ini gitu ya. Yang kemudian seringkali dikeliru tafsirkan di publik begitu. Seperti penafsiran para ulama tentang apakah khitab ayat ini hanya untuk Nabi Muhammad atau untuk umat Islam semua? Apakah Yahudi dan Nasoro yang dimaksud ini adalah dari dulu sampai sekarang atau terbatas kepada kelompok Yahudi dan Nasoro yang ada di zaman Nabi Muhammad SAW? Karena misalnya Sayyidina Ibnu Abbas menafsirkan dia terbatas, Nasoronya adalah Nasoro Najran, bukan semua orang-orang Kristen misalnya. Begitu juga ada diskusi para ulama mengenai arti milad di sana. Ada yang menganggapnya adalah agama, ada yang menganggap milad itu ya kiblat sebetulnya. Ini hanya persoalan kiblat. Itu konteks ayatnya adalah ketika terjadi perpindahan kiblat dari Baitul Maqdis ke Ka'bah misalnya. Jadi para ulama sudah banyak berdebat soal ini gitu, dan saya tidak paham kenapa itu ditanyakan ke saya ketika sama sekali kita tidak bicara soal itu, bicara Sustainable Development Goals gitu ya. Karena kalau dilihat dari Sustainable Development Goals itu sama sekali tidak ada yang bicara soal agama, justru pada hal-hal isu-isu yang sangat substantif yang semua manusia berkepentingan ya, seperti misalnya goal yang pertama tadi ya, no poverty, tanpa kemiskinan. Itu mau Anda muslim atau bukan muslim, mau Anda Yahudi atau Nasoro, ya goalnya sama, bagaimana kita tidak ada kemiskinan. Tujuan kedua, tanpa kelaparan ya, zero hunger. Ya nggak ditanya kalau Anda lapar, Anda muslim atau bukan, Anda Yahudi atau Nasoro gitu. Apa laparnya Anda itu karena Anda tidak rela dengan Islam misalnya, kan tidak ditanya begitu. Begitu juga tujuan ketiga misalnya good health and well-being, ini berlaku pada semua, kehidupan sehat dan sejahtera gitu. Tidak ada urusannya dengan agama, tidak ada urusannya dengan keredoan Yahudi atau Nasoro gitu. Saya kira begitu, itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, soal maqasidus syariah. Jadi memang para ulama juga berdebat, ini dari Pak Ali Gufron ya. Jadi memang para ulama juga berdebat mengenai urutan dari hierarki maqasidus syariah itu. Ya. Jadi ada yang menaruh yang pertama itulah hifzuddin, sehingga akhirnya kalau terjadi clash ya, tadi sesuai pertanyaannya, kalau terjadi pertentangan antara hifzuddin, menjaga agama, dengan keempat elemen lainnya, maka yang mana yang dimenangkan? Begitu. Nah ini para ulama berdebat, ada yang memang hifzuddin. Saya sendiri berpandangan bahwa yang pertama itu adalah hifzun nafas. Ya, itu sebabnya kemudian menjaga diri. Itu sebabnya kemudian ada kaidah lain, sihatul abdan muqaddamatun ala sihatil adyan. Jadi sehatnya badan kita itu didahulukan, diutamakan ketimbang sehatnya agama. Contoh praktisnya misalnya, kalau berdasarkan pertimbangan medis, maka saya tidak boleh berpuasa Ramadan misalnya, berdasarkan pertimbangan medis, karena saya mengidap penyakit tertentu. Ini berarti sehat badan. Nah berdasarkan kaidah ini, sehat badannya ini ya diutamakan. Maka saya ya jangan berpuasa. Toh ada cara untuk menggantinya. Apakah itu lewat qada atau misalnya lewat bayar fidyah kalau dianggap memang penyakit saya penyakit menahun.
Talengan anu nek misal jebul untami.
Ya, saya ke mute tadi. Ya, jadi ada pergantian lain gitu ya, apakah di kodo atau berfidyah untuk soal puasa tadi. Tapi pertimbangan dokter itu baik, karena itu kalau misalnya saya tetap ngotot puasa, meskipun dokter melarang karena penyakit saya yang akut atau parah, dan kemudian saya meninggal di tengah kondisi berpuasa, pertanyaannya apakah saya mati syahid atau saya mati konyol? Dokter sudah melarang untuk puasa, tapi saya ngotot tetap berpuasa, dan saya meninggal misalnya. Ya, itu namanya mati konyol. Itu bukan mati syahid, karena saya dianggap tidak melanggar hifdzun nafas. Gitu. Nah, begitu juga soal COVID, soal corona, ini kan juga pertentangan kemarin itu. Jadi bagi yang pokoknya hifdzuddin, maka ya tetap saja sholat jamaah di masjid, meskipun zona hitam. Sementara kalau kita pakai pendekatan ulama yang lain, yang pertama itulah hifdzun nafas, ya wajib kita menjaga diri dulu. Jadi dengan perbedaan pendekatan ini, ketika kemudian kita kaitkan dengan Sustainable Development Goals, ya, maka kita akan lihat pilihan-pilihan para ulama juga akan berbeda nanti ketika kita menggunakan pendekatan makosid ini. Saya kira begitu, Bu moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Gus Nadir. And we still have more questions. One more question. Prof, bisa enggak pendekatan SDGs ini dilengkapi dengan dua yang lainnya? Ini chat box ini from Imam Kenevi, yaitu survive and grow. Kondisi umat dan bangsa ini pada saat krisis, untuk survive saja masih perlu perjuangan berat, baru sustain lalu growth. Tapi kalau ketiganya, yaitu survive, sustain, and grow dijadikan satu perspektif, nampaknya lebih pas dan sistematis. Mohon tanggapannya. Terima kasih.
Ya, jadi memang beberapa kritik terhadap Sustainable Development Goals ini dianggap berbau negara maju, gitu. Jadi sementara negara-negara yang masih miskin atau negara-negara yang berkembang ini akan kesulitan mereka untuk melakukan pembangunan yang sustainable tadi itu, karena udah bisa hidup aja udah syukur, kira-kira begitu ya. Kok malah mikir pembangunan apa gitu ya. Nah, tetapi tetap ini menjadi penting, Sustainable Development Goals ini, karena paling tidak ini menjadi target kita bersama. Dan ketika kemudian negara-negara maju sudah setuju bahwa tujuan pertama adalah no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, good quality education dan lainnya, maka mau tidak mau ya kita harus bekerja sama. Itu contohnya saja misalnya soal COVID saja, satu contoh praktis ya. Ini kan ada ketidakadilan dan kesenjangan soal vaksin ya di level dunia ya. Soal vaksin ini ada persoalan. Negara-negara maju yang punya uang banyak dia bisa cepat membeli vaksin sejak tahun lalu. Nah, Indonesia juga beruntung bisa membeli itu misalnya. Tapi banyak negara-negara lain di Afrika misalnya yang mereka tidak mampu membeli vaksin yang mahal itu negaranya. Sehingga kemudian ketika sekarang muncul varian baru Omikron itu ya, Bu Titin ya, itu yang varian baru COVID yang sekarang baru muncul dan itu dari Afrika kan, ya. Nah ini di Australia heboh ini, rame ini, karena mereka menyalahkan orang-orang Afrika kok menimbulkan varian yang lebih mematikan lagi nih COVID, kapan beresnya nih COVID gitu kan. Tapi di sisi lain ini juga sebuah tamparan buat pemimpin dunia ya, karena kamu ndak menerapkan keadilan di dalam distribusi vaksin, maka negara-negara miskin seperti di Afrika vaccination rate-nya ya, jumlah rakyat yang divaksin sangat rendah. Akibatnya kemudian virusnya di sana betah, virusnya di Afrika, dan malah bermutasi gitu menjadi lebih mematikan dan membuat dunia goncang lagi gitu. Dan artinya menurut saya efeknya juga kepada negara-negara maju akhirnya sekarang. Nah karena itu memang mau tidak mau kita juga harus melihat bahwa penerapan 17 goals dari Sustainable Development Goals ini memang harus disesuaikan dengan konteks masing-masing. Saya kira begitu, Bu Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Gus Nadir. Your answers, I'm sure that they are happy with that.
Mudah-mudahan, Bu.
Yeah, inshallah. We are waiting for other questions. If you can check on the thing in the chat box. Not yet, okay. And before Sustainable Development Goals, all I know is there was Millennial Development Goals.
Yeah,
Gus Nadir. What is the difference between Millennial Development Goals and Sustainable Development Goals? While waiting, sambil menunggu pertanyaan-pertanyaan berikut.
Ya. Jadi memang sebelumnya itu adalah Millennium Development Goals ya, tahun 2000 sampai tahun 2015. Dan dari analisa yang dilakukan oleh Badan Dunia PBB ya, bahwa meskipun sudah ada Millennium Development Goals yang poinnya adalah ada 8 ya, tidak seperti yang sekarang itu 17. Jadi eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. Jadi kalau yang sekarang itu no poverty ya, yang sebelumnya adalah eradicate extreme poverty and hunger gitu ya. Jadi kondisi yang ekstrim saja, kemiskinan maupun kelaparan yang coba dihapus. Sementara sekarang adalah no poverty, zero hunger gitu ya. Terus yang nomor 2 misalnya achieve universal primary education. Nah gitu. Jadi fokusnya adalah kepada primary education. Jadi anak-anak SD ke bawah gitu. Sementara sekarang adalah sudah bicara tentang quality education secara umum. Nah itu contoh gitu ya. Atau nomor 6 misalnya combat HIV, AIDS, malaria, and other disease. Gitu. Jadi penyakit-penyakit yang secara khusus yang mau dituntaskan seperti HIV, malaria dan lainnya. Gitu. Nah jadi sementara kalau di Sustainable Development Goals itu sudah bicara soal good health and well-being, gitu ya. Sudah ini. Nah karena itu kita lihat ini kelanjutannya sebetulnya dari Millennium Development Goals, di mana kemudian masih banyak problem-problem dalam pelaksanaan 15 tahun Millennium Development Goals, sehingga untuk memperbaikinya PBB kemudian masuk kepada Sustainable Development Goals. Saya kira begitu Bu Titin.
Okay, thank you. So there are many differences. Ada banyak perbedaan ya untuk targetnya. Okay. Okay, the next questions from Pasca Sarjana Postgraduate Program di Prof. Nadir. Bagaimana maqasidus syariah dijadikan sebagai pendekatan hukum? Apakah bisa diberi contoh? It's a question from.
Ya, saya kira contohnya sudah saya berikan tadi soal puasa saja ya. Dan juga soal COVID tadi, soal COVID apakah kita tetap sholat Jumat atau tidak, gitu ya? Apakah hifzuddin atau hifzun nafas yang kita mau pakai, gitu ya? Itu kan sudah contoh-contoh yang tadi sambil lalu tadi sudah juga dijelaskan, gitu ya. Kalau mau kasih contoh lain, misalnya ya, contohnya nyetir mobil, gitu ya? Kalau di Indonesia itu nyetir mobil itu kan kita di kiri ya. Jalan nyetir mobil itu ya, setirnya di kanan, tapi kitanya kan di kiri, setirnya gitu. Pertanyaannya, ini syar'i atau tidak nyetir mobil di kiri? Ini termasuk ahlus simal atau termasuk ahlul yamin, gitu ya? Termasuk ahlus simal yang di Quran disebutkan nanti masuk neraka, gitu, atau ahlul yamin yang akan masuk surga. Kiri. Apakah ada hadis Nabi atau Quran, ayat Quran yang mengatakan kalau kamu naik onta, kamu naiknya di sebelah kiri, jangan di sebelah kanan? Gitu. Nggak ada kan? Gitu. Kenapa? Karena zaman dulu belum ada jalan raya dan juga tidak ramai. Pokoknya semuanya di padang pasir jalannya, nggak ada masalah kanan atau kiri gitu. Yang penting nggak tabrakan. Masing-masing ada punya jalurnya, tracknya gitu. Nah, tapi kalau kemudian kita ke Eropa dan ke Amerika, itu ternyata nyetirnya di sebelah kanan, bukan di sebelah kiri. Di Australia juga sebelah kiri, ke Filipina ke sebelah kanan, misalnya. Nah, jadi yang syar'i itu yang mana? Yang kiri atau yang kanan? Misalnya. Bagaimana seandainya di Indonesia ini ya ada kawan misalnya di Pekalongan yang kemudian mengatakan, karena saya nggak suka dengan kiri, itu ahlus simal, nanti bisa masuk neraka, sesuai pendekatan Quran, saya mau pakai ahlul yamin. Ini ahlul yamin ya, bukan milkul yamin. Nanti diskusinya beda lagi nih kalau milkul yamin. Nah, jadi ahlul yamin. Jadi sebelah kanan, karena itu dia bawa motor atau bawa mobilnya di sebelah kanan. Apa yang terjadi? Tabrakan. Gitu kan. Berarti ini tidak sesuai dengan hifzun nafas, menjaga dirinya dan juga menjaga diri orang lain. Iya, kalau dianya selamat, orang lain yang mati gimana? Gitu. Jadi meskipun ini tidak ada aturannya dalam Quran dan hadis soal bawa motor, bawa mobil sebelah kiri atau sebelah kanan, dan undang-undang lalu lintas itu dikeluarkan oleh anggota DPR, ya, undang-undangnya, yang boleh jadi ada yang non-Muslim di sana, dan kita juga bukan negara Islam, tidak bisa kemudian kita tolak peraturan itu dengan mengatakan bahwa ini nggak Islami, karena tidak diatur dalam Quran dan hadis. Nah, padahal aturan-aturan ini sesuai dengan maqasidus syariah, sesuai untuk hifzud nafas, menjaga diri kita. Karena itu dengan pendekatan maqasidus syariah, maka semua aturan main di negara Indonesia ini, meskipun tidak diatur dalam Quran dan hadis, ya, tetapi kalau tujuannya adalah sesuai dengan maqasidus syariah, maka kita bilang itu aturan yang Islam. Ya, contohnya yaitu soal aturan di jalan raya. Saya kira begitu, Bu Titin.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is from
Ini kita sampai jam berapa, Bu Titin ya?
11.
Oh, masih lama tuh
11
ternyata.
AM Indonesian time. For
Okay.
Australian time, West in your country, maybe it's
sekarang sudah jam 2.43 kalau di sini.
Oh yeah, it's about 15 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Next question, I hope this is the last question. Prof, salah satu pilar SDGs adalah bidang gender equality. Yang lagi ramai sekarang adalah Permendikbud number 30 2021, ini sebagai informasi saja, tentang penanggulangan kekerasan perempuan di kampus yang jadi polemik. Bagaimana pandangan Prof. Nazir? Nampaknya standar adil gender atau gender equality dari Barat dan Islam jadi bahan polemiknya di Indonesia.
Ya, jadi ya ini pertanyaan terakhir ya, soalnya ini sudah mau jam 3 sore, saya belum makan siang ini. Ini nggak enaknya kalau lewat Zoom ini kayak gini, Bu Titin, kita nggak bisa sambil makan, sambil ngemil. Nah, jadi memang ini ada dua hal yang berbeda gitu. Ada persoalan seks bebas, ada persoalan kekerasan seksual. Persoalan seks bebas itu maksudnya adalah hubungan laki dan perempuan tanpa pernikahan, ya, suka sama suka. Itu entah dia bentuknya pacaran, entah dia bentuknya melakukan aktivitas seksual atau apapun lah namanya. Nah, yang kedua adalah kekerasan seksual. Nah, kekerasan seksual ini bentuknya dari mulai pelecehan sampai kemudian hal-hal yang bersifat pemaksaan. Ya. Nah, ditujukan di kampus karena ternyata menurut data di kampus-kampus besar saja itu banyak sekali semacam pelecehan seksual dan kekerasan seksual karena hubungan yang tidak sejajar baik antara dosen dengan mahasiswa maupun antara pimpinan kampus dengan para dosen dan para mahasiswa. Dan itu banyak sekali laporan ke Kemendikbud bahwa banyak sekali laporan tentang pelecehan itu yang mentok, yang tidak ditelusuri, yang tidak ditindaklanjuti oleh pihak kampus. Entah karena ingin menutupi aib, entah karena tidak ada perangkat aturannya, ataupun karena menganggap laporan-laporan itu bermasalah. Karena itulah kemudian ada Permendikbud. Nah, ini saya cerita konteksnya ya. Nah, problemnya adalah kita mengkontraskan dua hal itu yang tadi itu. Yang pertama soal seks bebas, yang kedua soal kekerasan seksual. Satu kelompok lebih fokus pada seks bebasnya. Nah, persoalannya kalau itu ada seks bebas, Permendikbud itu tidak bisa mengatur karena sudah ada aturan di KUHP, aturan di undang-undang yang di hukum pidana KUHP yang lebih tinggi dari statusnya dari Permendikbud. Jadi Permendikbud tidak bisa menyalahi. Itu kenapa? Karena yang disebut dengan zina dalam KUHP itu adalah hubungan di luar pernikahan. Jadi kalau suami istri dia sudah menikah, terus suaminya kemudian dia main serong dengan tetangga, nah suaminya ini bisa kemudian terkena tuduhan zina. Tapi kalau kemudian dia muda-mudi, dia belum terikat pernikahan, dia kemudian ketangkap di pos ronda gitu ya, misalnya oleh Hansip ketangkap gitu, dari pos ronda, entah di dalam kampus. Gitu. Nah itu tidak bisa terkena pasal perzinahan di KUHP itu. Jadi persoalan soal undang-undang. Karena itu yang protes Permendikbud itu sebaiknya ya protesnya kepada anggota DPR yang sekarang sedang menyusun naskah KUHP yang baru. Dan belum selesai naskah KUHP-nya. Ini sejak saya dulu kuliah S1 itu sudah ada draftnya, tapi kemudian terus diperdebatkan sampai sekarang sudah ganti-ganti draftnya gitu. Nah jadi sebetulnya itu yang harus mereka protes ke sana agar pasal tentang zina itu diperbaiki, agar nilai-nilai keislaman bisa masuk dan juga terjadi perlindungan terhadap keluarga. Jadi kalau mau ya itu diusulkan silakan saja. Tapi jangan protes ke Permendikbudnya menurut saya. Karena Permendikbudnya itu topiknya soal kekerasan seksual. Bukan soal kebebasan seksual tadi itu. Ini dua hal yang berbeda. Tapi ketika dicampur adukan, jadi problem. Nah saran saya sih memang sebaiknya direvisi saja Permendikbud itu. Dikasih satu pasal baru. Yaitu yang berkenaan dengan hubungan laki dan perempuan di luar pernikahan, maka disesuaikan dengan peraturan perundang-undangan yang berlaku. Itu saja. Ya, paling tidak ada disebut di situ. Sehingga itu mungkin bisa membuat kawan-kawan yang khawatir bahwa Permendikbud ini tidak menghukum masalah kebebasan seksual, ya bisa sedikit reda kekhawatirannya. Nah, tapi kalau kemudian diminta agar Permendikbud ini juga dengan detail menjelaskan hukuman-hukuman terhadap mereka yang melakukan seks bebas, tadi misalnya di kampus, yaitu agak susah karena payung hukumnya di atas undang-undangnya nggak ada. Jadi Permendikbud itu tidak boleh melewati undang-undang. Ini ada problem ketatanegaraan juga. Gitu. Saya kira itu, dan dalam konteks sustainable development, ya kita bisa lihat tadi ada tujuan kelima, ada kesetaraan gender, kemudian kita bicara tentang quality education, ya, karena Permendikbud itu bicara tentang kampus, gitu. Nah ini semua bisa kemudian masuk, dan juga di ketujuan nomor 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, ya, perdamaian, keadilan. Ini juga soal bicara keadilan. Jadi jangan sampai kemudian kampus sebagai lembaga yang sangat terhormat, tapi kemudian tercederai oleh tindakan-tindakan asusila, baik itu sesama mahasiswa, ataupun antara dosen dengan mahasiswa, ataupun pimpinan kampus dengan dosen dan mahasiswa. Juga untuk melindungi agar jangan sampai ada yang kemudian cintanya ditolak, kemudian ngakunya dia dilecehkan, gitu ya. Karena nah itu juga harus ada perlindungan. Jadi biar tidak semua orang tiba-tiba mengaku saya dilecehkan, gitu. Hanya gara-gara ditolak cintanya sedang lagi sayang-sayangnya. Memang sakit hati sih, gitu. Tapi ya nggak usah nuduh-nuduh pelecehan lah. Nah, karena itu panjang nanti. Sementara kalau di Australia itu kita memang punya modul. Jadi setiap dosen itu setiap 2 tahun sekali atau 1 tahun sekali itu kita harus ikut training modul itu tentang pelecehan seksual gitu. Jadi kita harus jelas. Misalnya kalau saya ada mahasiswa mau laki atau perempuan datang ke ruangan saya konsultasi. Kalau ruangan dosen di Australia itu memang kita punya ruangan sendiri dengan pintu tertutup gitu ya. Jadi kalau ada mahasiswa mau konsultasi kepada saya bimbingan, datang laki atau perempuan, itu saya sebelum menutup pintu saya tanya dulu persetujuannya. Kamu keberatan kalau saya tutup pintu? Kalau dia katakan saya keberatan, ya tetap kita buka pintunya. Tapi kalau dibilang enggak keberatan, ya kita tutup pintunya. Itu satu contoh kecil bagaimana kita menghormati hak mahasiswa. Begitu juga dalam modul itu disebutkan hal-hal yang misalnya baik candaan maupun maupun sentuhan, ya, yang kemudian bisa menimbulkan makna lain sehingga diartikan sebagai pelecehan. Dan juga diajari di sana jangan sampai mengatakan bahwa mahasiswinya setuju kok sama saya gitu. Dia diam saja waktu saya colek. Nah, di situ juga tidak bisa. Kenapa? Karena ada relasi yang tidak seimbang antara dosen dengan mahasiswi. Sebetulnya dia menolak, hatinya menjerit, tetapi ya itu tadi dia diam saja, bukan karena dia setuju gitu. Nah, jadi karena itu para dosen juga hati-hati gitu, jangan merasa bahwa oh dia diam saja kok, ya karena ada relasi yang tidak setara di sana. Gitu. Nah itu ada modulnya memang, dan setiap dosen harus ikut itu dan lulus ikut modul itu. Dan kalau kemudian ada laporan bahwa dosen si A, profesor B gitu, itu melakukan pelecehan seksual dan itu ditindaklanjuti dengan serius. Dan kalau terbukti, habis karirnya. Habis karirnya. Itu akan dipecat dan tidak ada satupun universitas di Australia yang akan menerima dia lagi sebagai dosen. Gitu. Jadi kan itu jangan main-main gitu. Jadi selain plagiarisme ya, plagiat, kejahatan terbesar di kampus yaitu pelecehan seksual. Karena itu kita para dosen selalu diwanti-wanti, hati-hati, mereka adalah mahasiswamu, mahasiswimu, bukan teman, ya. Jadi hati-hati kemudian membuat komentar ataupun membuat bahasa tubuh ataupun komen-komen yang bisa dipersepsi secara keliru gitu ya. Saya kira begitu Bu Titin, dan mohon maaf ini kalau saya minta izin untuk kita akhiri diskusi kita.
Thank you, Prof. Nadir. And this is your closing statement about road to win, the last ini. Kami mohon pesan-pesan Gus Nadir ini karena YIN akan menjadi win, pesan-pesan apa, dan after that we would present certificate to keynote speaker. Moga
jadi
pesan, ya.
Ya, jadi terima kasih nih undangannya, sebuah kehormatan buat saya. Mudah-mudahan setelah COVID berlalu bisa berkunjung langsung ke YIN Pekalongan. Dan saya senang mendengar bahwa YIN Pekalongan akan jadi UIN ya, Bu Titin ya. Akan jadi UIN Pekalongan. Dan ini satu tanda bahwa memang kita harus meluaskan wawasan kita. Kajian Islam tidak hanya sebatas kajian ritual saja, seperti yang sudah kita diskusikan. Perkembangan dunia luar biasa sekarang berjalan begitu cepatnya, dan meminta perhatian kita sebagai Muslim scholars untuk merespon berbagai persoalan itu. Salah satu contoh yang saya bawakan materi pada hari ini adalah masalah Sustainable Development Goals, sesuatu yang kemudian mungkin bisa mengubah perspektif kita selain menambah wawasan dalam melihat persoalan hukum Islam. Jadi persoalan hukum Islam itu sangat luas, tidak hanya persoalan riba, bank, atau ekonomi syariah, tidak hanya persoalan naik haji atau tidak, gitu ya. Begitu amat luas persoalan ini, dan ini semua meminta perhatian dari kita selaku Muslim scholar. Karena itu selamat kepada YIN Pekalongan yang sudah menyelenggarakan konferensi yang luar biasa ini. Ini sudah tahun keempat ya dengan konferensi ini, dan juga selamat dalam proses menuju UIN, Universitas Islam Negeri. Sebagai intermezzo, dulu itu saya waktu saya ke Australia itu sempat rame karena tahun akhir 90-an itu sempat ada isu bahwa IAIN itu singkatan dari ingkar Allah, ingkar Nabi. Nah, gitu. Sehingga kemudian sempat rame ya. Terus ketika kampus saya IAIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta berubah menjadi UIN, saya kemudian membantah, kami tidak lagi ingkar Allah, ingkar Nabi, tapi UIN. Udah insaf nih. Nah, jadi saya kira tentu itu sebuah joke saja. Kenapa? Karena IAIN itu bukan ingkar Allah, ingkar Nabi, tapi ittiba Allah, ittiba Nabi. Nah, saya kira itu yang tepat. Terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa ketemu secara langsung di Pekalongan, insya Allah.
Insya Allah. Okay, thank you very much, Gus Nadir. We give applause to him.
Oke, terima kasih Prof, luar biasa.
Certificate.
Ilmunya Allah.
Certificate for keynote speaker. We present online certificate. This is to certify that Prof. Nadirsyah Hosen as keynote speaker. Thank you very much for your kindness and willingness to share your expertise in this conference. Oke, Prof. Nadir, this is
Terima
the
kasih,
end
mohon
of
pamit.
our
Terima kasih semuanya.
session. Terima kasih, thank you again, and wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Oke,
warahmatullahi
bye.
wabarakatuh.
Dear all participants, and after Professor Nadirsyah said, we still have another presentations from a keynote speaker that will be started at 12 to 1 p.m. So stay tuned on this conference and this link, and we meet again at 12 o'clock. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, here we back again to the screen to continue our session today with the third keynote speaker. And I would like to welcome Professor Peter Charles Taylor, PhD, MED, Deep AD, and BAc. Are you there?
Hello.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Peter, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Selamat siang.
Okay. Sehat. Thank you very much. How about COVID-19, your country over there?
Where I am living here in Western Australia, we are in a safe zone, zero COVID in the community. And so we have very tight quarantine restrictions and life goes on as normal, but we're not allowed to leave. Unfortunately, I cannot visit Indonesia, one of my favorite countries.
Okay, one day you will be visiting Indonesia, we hope.
I hope so.
Okay, Peter, before you start your presentation, I would like to read your CV in order that the participants will know who you are. Okay, Peter is a director of the International Transformative Education and Research Network, ICIR, and adjunct professor at Murdoch University School of Education. During 3 decades at Curtin University's Graduate Center of Science and Mathematics Education, Peter developed a model of postgraduate research as transformative learning that engages STEM teachers and teacher educators in exploring their cultural histories, reconceptualizing their professional practices, and developing their agency as inspired leaders. Engaging stories of these educators' transformative learning experiences are recounted in a recent book co-edited with Professor Balchandra Wittel, entitled Research as Transformative Learning for Sustainable Futures, Global Voices and Visions. Brilliant 2019. Then Peter continues to support the visionary leadership of his graduates as they transform teacher education programs in universities across Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and the Pacific. He shares with Dr. Elizabeth Taylor, Lily Taylor, a vision of education for cultural and environmental sustainability, for developing young people's ethical and spiritual values, which is the focus of their forthcoming co-edited book, Transformative STEM Education for Sustainable Futures, since 2022. Okay, today's presentation of Professor Taylor as a keynote is entitled Transformative Education for a Sustainable World. Okay, and hello Peter, and welcome to the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Titian, and lovely to see you again. And thank you to the organizers of this conference for honoring me with this invitation. I'm always pleased to be a part of Indonesian university work and conferences, particularly inspiring conferences that have a view to the future. Now, this conference has a very interesting theme, and I think and I hope that what I'm going to say in my session today will speak directly to the theme of the conference. I'm going to share my screen now, so give me a moment to do that. And okay, now can you see my screen, Dr. Titian?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, that's excellent. So the title of my talk with you today is Transformative Education for a Sustainable World. And what I hope to do is to unpack the notion of a transformative education approach and what we mean by sustainability and how education can help to achieve this very, very important and pressing goal. Now, as I have been introduced as the Director of the International Transformative Education and Research Network, which we call ITERN for short, let me say a few words about that. This network has a wide reach across the world, and there are a number of national research groups. And you'll notice on the left-hand side there that Indonesia has 4 universities involved in what we call the Transformative Education Research Group of Indonesia. And I'll talk to that in just a moment. We also cover Southern Africa with Mozambique and South Africa in particular. Nepal, one of my main partners in this enterprise, where the Deputy Director of ITERN is now the Dean of Education. It's Professor Bal Chandra Luitel at Kathmandu University. Now, you may well recognize some of your colleagues here. These are the executive members of the TERG Indonesia. I'm going to be looking into their work during this presentation. Each one of these lovely people came to Australia and studied their master's degrees at Curtin University, where I worked for almost 30 years. And I was very, very fortunate to be able to supervise their master's degrees. They then returned to do their doctorates. And again, I was very, very fortunate and honored to work with Dr. Yuli Ramwati, Dr. Mangaratua Semandaran, and Dr. Neni Mariana, amongst many, many others. But these people stand out to me as being outstanding scholars, and their work is something that I'm following very, very closely, and I will share with you today. Back in 2019, the last time I physically visited Indonesia, and it's such a shame that I can't be there with you today physically, but because of the pandemic, we're all trying to be safe and quarantine ourselves. So at this meeting in UNISA in Surabaya in 2019, we actually established the Transformative Education Research Group of Indonesia. And there you can see my good colleagues, Mangara, Neni, Yuli, and many others who are now leading the group. So let me say a few words about myself and where I'm coming from in this talk today. My first degree was in the sciences. I had a Bachelor of Science, and I majored in physics, minors in biology, chemistry, and mathematics. So it's fairly typical in Australian universities to cover a whole range of disciplines rather than specialising in one in particular. Somewhere in that degree, I did a little bit of philosophy as well, and that stood me in good stead. I taught in high schools in Victoria and secondary schools, and I taught physics and mathematics. And then eventually I found myself in England, where I, after some time, did a Master of Education at the University of Bath. And on that occasion, I specialised in educational technology. But at the same time, for my dissertation, I was really interested in the emerging field of qualitative research. I returned to Australia and I took up a position initially at the University of Western Australia, and then I moved on to Curtin University, to the graduate centre known as the Science and Mathematics Education Centre, where, excuse me, over the many years or decades, there have been almost a countless number of Indonesian teachers and teacher educators came to our centre for postgraduate studies. And during that process, I was teaching the curriculum unit and I was supervising research activity. And over that time, I developed a particular approach to doing research called transformative educational research. And I'll talk to you more about that detail as we go on. But you wouldn't be surprised to know that with a physics background, I'm very excited about the developments of technology that we see around the world today that make our lives much more comfortable, much easier, and much more inspiring. You know, we have off-planet activity in our galaxy. We have a lot of interesting nanotechnology going on inside our bodies to make our lives healthier and stronger and so on. We have genetically modified food that is supposedly better for us. And we are just about to have flying cars in our cities. One of the really outstanding developments in recent years is the world's first robotic citizen, whose name is Sophia. You can see her there at the top of the screen. She's been made a citizen, I think it's of Saudi Arabia. So not only am I really excited about all these developments, however, I think there is a dark side to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics that we need to be addressing in our preparation of new teachers who are going to go out into schools and teach the next generation and the generation after that about these disciplines, about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and their impact on society, both the positive impact and the detrimental or negative impact. So I'm going to focus to some extent today on how we're going to do that in terms of taking both of those into account. Let me draw your attention to what we might call a 21st century ethical dilemma of artificial intelligence. And for this purpose, I put up an image of two highly advanced robots. It's a little bit of a joke, but not really. They are so advanced, we call them humanoids, that they've actually managed to independently go out to dinner together. And this is a moment in history which is not very far in our future. It's called the technological singularity. And it's a moment in time that is hypothesized that robotic intelligence or artificial intelligence will be equal to, if not superior, than our naturally occurring human intelligence. So this has raised all sorts of concerns, particularly in the science fiction genre of movies. And I'll direct your attention to the movie on the right called Ex Machina, which is very well worth watching. It's about a young man who develops very highly advanced humanoids, and he employs a young fellow to come along and spend a week testing this advanced humanoid to try and determine whether this humanoid is as intelligent or perhaps more intelligent than human beings. And this leads to what's called the Turing test, and that's the book underneath there. And that's about how we determine the difference between artificial intelligence and natural human intelligence. So without going into this anymore, it does raise a whole lot of interesting and concerning ethical issues. And here are some of them. It's about our human well-being. So the first question is, what does it mean to be fully human? If we've got machines that are becoming as intelligent as us, are they fully human? That's an interesting question. Should these machines have human rights when they get to a certain level of advanced development? Should they be protected from harm by humans? And that's something that is raised in that movie, Ex Machina. Should we teach ethical design standards so that people who are inventing robots are careful not to develop robots that are going to harm us, robots that might take on an attitude that they are superior to us? And therefore, earlier on in education, should we include ethical values in the whole range of STEM-related subjects? So I've raised this question of ethics because this is going to permeate my talk today. And I'm going to argue that we really and truly need to bring ethical values education into what we now call STEM education. But that's going forward into the 21st century. Let me jump back into the 18th century when Professor Paul Crutzen recently won a Nobel Prize for defining something called the Anthropocene epoch and the ethical dilemmas associated with it. And in one of his publications, he says that the human imprint on the global environment has now become so large and active that it rivals some of the great forces of nature in its impact on the functioning of the Earth system. So what he means by that, and there's a nice visual metaphor on the left of our footprint on the surface of our wonderful planet, we have developed such powerful technological tools to so-called improve our lives that those tools are actually impacting the negative of the natural environment, the atmosphere, of the oceans and the land and the soil. So let me be a little bit more specific about what that means. Here are 4 reports that have come out just recently to help us to understand what is this negative human imprint. Now, the first one on the left there is about climate change, and that's a report that was released just recently in August by the International Panel on Climate Change. They've been releasing reports every 6 months for many years now, warning us that our climate is changing because of the emissions that our industry is creating, our transport systems, our food production systems, whatever you like to think about, machines that use fossil fuels, they emit carbon-based chemicals into the atmosphere, be it carbon dioxide or methane, and that is leading to global warming, and that global warming is leading to impacting on our climate. So we see a lot of evidence of the melting of the ice caps. We see rising sea levels. We see increasing extreme hurricanes and tornadoes and storms. We see in Australia in particular, in California, huge bushfires, unprecedented in their ferocity. So climate change is directly related to the human impact through our technologies. Next in line is plastic pollution. The World Economic Forum has a report called The New Plastics Economy, Rethinking the Future of Plastics. And I'm going to give you some examples of that in just a moment. Thirdly, biodiversity loss. We're currently experiencing the 6th mass extinction of species worldwide, and Australia is one of the leaders in this. Why is that? Because we're clearing the lands, the forests, for agricultural purposes largely. That's driven by a need for profit making. It's linked to the global economy. And so we are losing our biodiversity. And fourthly, on the right-hand side, we have a report on biocultural diversity conservation. And what this report points out is that we are losing our cultural diversity, and that by losing our cultural diversity, we're losing our traditional means of living sustainably with the land. If we go back over thousands of years, we've seen humanity in the form of indigenous knowledge systems successfully coexisting with the natural environment. But today we are suffering from great cultural and linguistic loss, and we're losing a huge amount of cultural wisdom that helps us to understand how to live sustainably with nature. So there are just 4 of these great environmental sustainability crises that we really need to be addressing. Educators in particular need to be finding ways of educating students to deal with these issues today, tomorrow, and into the future. Let me just give some details on the nature of plastic pollution, which really worries me, and I think these data are very concerning. So the World Economic Forum report states that each year, at least 8 million tons of plastics leak into the ocean. This is the equivalent of dumping one of those trucks, the contents of it, every minute. Can you imagine that? Every 60 seconds into the waterways which lead into the oceans. So over on the right, the ocean is expected to contain 1 ton of plastic for every 3 tons of fish in 4 years' time. That's not far away, is it? And by the middle of this century, which is the golden time when we're meant to have net zero emissions into the atmosphere, we are going to have more plastics than we have fish by weight. Now, what's the problem with that? Well, here's an example. The plastics don't dissolve like gula in tea. They simply break down into smaller and smaller particles called micro and nanoplastics. A lot of bacteria and viruses attach themselves to those little particles. Those particles get into the food chain, and you can see a couple of the seabirds and sea animals that consume or are afflicted by these plastics. And guess what? We eat seafood, and I know Indonesia has got some of the best ikan in the world, which I thoroughly enjoy when I'm there. And I just wonder then how much of these plastics I'm consuming or you're consuming as a result of this plastic pollution. So I think that's a very, very important environmental crisis that we need to be addressing. And I guess this helps to summarize what the problem is. You know, through human evolution, we've originally come from the oceans, and now we've risen to this peak of human development. And is it really a peak? I mean, we are now rubbishing the very place, our origins on this planet. The second environmental crisis is biodiversity loss. So in this report that came out last year from the World Wildlife Fund, the Living Planet Report 2020, bending the curve, or in other words, reducing biodiversity loss. In 1970, not that long ago, our ecological footprint was smaller than the Earth's rate of regeneration. In other words, we could farm and consume the Earth's natural resources, and the Earth had enough capacity to regenerate those resources. However, to feed and fuel our 21st century lifestyles, we are overusing this biocapacity by at least 56%. I think the image on the right speaks very loudly to this issue, that the way we're going to need another Earth or two to support our current lifestyles. So there's something wrong with the way we're living on this planet. And this something wrong is not just the technology, it's not just the science and technology and engineering, but it's something more than that. It's something to do with our moral values, and that's the center of my argument. Let me draw your attention to something much closer to home for you people. Here's this beautiful orangutan, and on the right-hand side there's a map of its habitat. There are two forms of orangutan in Sumatra, and this particular species lives in that small orange patch that you can see there. Now, there's a real big problem associated with the survivability of this species. And here's some data for you from a recent journal article called PLOS ONE. In 1890, the range for this lovely orangutan and its family and relatives was 40,000 square kilometers. Now, today, the range has shrunk down to 2.5% of that original range. Why? Well, because the forests are being cut down at an alarming rate. Why? Because of the expansion of economic imperatives, particularly agricultural farming and illegal logging. This now is one of the most threatened of the great apes worldwide, and there are 800 left. That's all, just 800. And one day, you'll only be able to see them in a zoo because that habitat may well be so diminished that it's no longer a viable ecosystem. Over on the right-hand side, there's a book called The Sixth Extinction, and that explains how worldwide this problem is occurring. And as I said earlier, Australia is one of the leaders in cutting down its forests and reducing the ecosystems for some of our iconic animals, such as the koala bear, which got ravaged in our massive bushfires over the last couple of summers. So unfortunately, our ecosystems are being so damaged by the way in which we're clearing the land for farming and logging that we're losing the ecosystems and the species that live within them. Okay, so that's the doom and gloom. Now I hope to do some blue sky thinking, some optimism. And I turn to my colleague, Professor Glenn Albrecht at the University of Sydney, who has in recent years articulated a new era. Okay, I mentioned the Anthropocene earlier, that goes right back to the Industrial Revolution, which is associated with fossil fuel consumption. To now we are moving into, hopefully, a new era called the Symbiocene. So what does that mean? Principles of symbiosis. So the Greek word symbiosis or symbiosis means companionship. And Professor Glenn Albrecht has articulated 4 principles of this new Symbiocene era that is emerging, that is there, that is available for us as educators to think about how we can help our students into the future to understand and develop this new way of living. So 4 principles. The first is mutuality, and that's about living together for our mutual benefit and interdependence. Now, how much of that do we find going on in our societies today? How much do we have mutuality, and how much do we have suspicion and conflict? I think mutuality needs to be strengthened. We need to learn together for our mutual benefit and interdependence. There's an ecological aspect to the Symbiocene where we need to focus on the interconnectedness of all living things. That's human and non-human. All living things are interconnected on our planet. We don't just live in splendid isolation, as some ideologies would have us wish to experience and promote, but we are very strongly interconnected as a human species and as non-human species, animals and plants, etc. There's an ethics involved in this, and that is an ethics of natural justice, which is an ethics that's based on cooperation, not conflict. We can't have zero conflict, but we can have much more cooperation to offset the negativities of conflict. I mean, it is natural in the natural world for animals and plants to predate on each other. That's natural, that type of conflict. But it gets out of hand, it gets out of balance when the human intervention takes place and our technologies permit us to dominate other species. So cooperation is at the heart of the Symbiocene era. And lastly, we have the notion of biophilia. Now, philia means love, and bio, as you can understand, is the natural world. So this is forming a sense of love of life and life forms, not just a rational, logical understanding, but an emotional attachment. Now, how do we do this? Well, one way is to get our young people to be exposed to the natural world. We have a tendency now these days to live in cities and to be very much remote from nature and the natural world. I'm very fortunate to be living in Western Australia, which has a small population and a huge landmass. And although we do have problems with our ecosystems, they are still there to be enjoyed. So I'll just give you a little example of how I enjoy taking my new grandson out into nature, excuse me, to enjoy the beauty, the splendor, and to fall in love with the natural world. The aesthetics are just stunning. The experience is a spiritual one. Okay, now I'm going to move to exposing you to some global perspectives. So when I've been talking about so far the need for sustainability and the problems that we have with the Anthropocene, I want to give you a sense that other people are concerned as well. And these people are global leaders. And for example, this fellow, Klaus Schwab, the executive director of the World Economic Forum, in 2017, he published a report called The Fourth Industrial Revolution. And in that report, he said, as knowledge and discoveries progress, our focus and commitment to having ongoing moral and ethical discussions is critical. So he's, in terms of talking about economics, he's wanting to bring moral and ethical discussions into place. In 2021, this year, he released another book called Stakeholder Capitalism, in which he says, we need a society, economy, and international community that is designed to care for all people and the entire planet. Now, many people think economics is simply about the way in which people try to make a lot of money and live comfortably, and we forget about the impact that it's having on the planet. But the World Economic Forum, under this fellow's leadership, is saying, no, we can't do that. We should stop doing that. We should take into account not just people, but the entire planet. Stakeholder capitalism. So he wants in all the big companies, the boards of governors for the Earth, the planet, to have a seat at the table. Carter Roberts, President and CEO of the World Wildlife Fund, in his recent report, Living Planet 2020, he argues that a deep cultural and systemic shift is urgently needed, a transition to a society and economic system that recognizes that we depend on nature more than nature depends on us. And there's an argument that says if we manage to destroy ourselves and remove human beings from the planet will recover and continue to develop and thrive, but we will be long gone. So we need to recognize that we are more dependent on nature than it is on us. Professor Gus Speth, former head of the United Nations Development Programme in various publications, says the following: the top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with these, we need a cultural and spiritual transformation, a new consciousness. So it's not just about the science and technology and engineering. That's not just the problem. It's the way in which we choose to use those processes and products to furnish our lifestyles. That is the problem. It is a human problem that is need, and we need to overcome our selfishness, greed, and apathy. And here I think, and I hope, I'm speaking to the major theme of this conference about where we find our values to live humanely with the planet. The United Nations released a report called the Transforming Our World. They have a 2030 agenda for sustainable development. 4 major foci. We need to focus on the well-being of humanity and the planet. Again, that relationship, that mutual dependence. We need an intergenerational commitment. In other words, whatever we are doing today, we need to think about the consequences for our children and for our grandchildren and so on into the future. Whatever we do today has consequences and resonances for future generations. We need to be educating our young children to think about the future, to think about future generations, an intergenerational commitment. And this is a moral imperative. We need to be asking our children to think about the ethics of the way in which they lead their lives. The OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, its report, Future of Education and Skills 2030. Central to this report is the following: that students who have the capacity to take responsibility for their actions have a strong moral compass that allows for considered reflection, working with others, and respecting the planet. Now, these are central to those principles of the symbiocene that I outlined earlier. So I just need to remind you that I'm working with and speaking to people who teach science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and who prepare teachers in those areas. So we're seeing consistently now what is emerging is that when we teach these subjects, S, T, E, and M, we need to be at the same time helping our students develop their ethical and moral values. So let me share with you my experience of learning. When I said earlier, I studied a degree in physics with other sciences as minors in mathematics. This is kind of what my experience was. There I was sitting in the classroom in the lecture theatre at the university, and there's a lecturer, the professor. He's pointing at the blackboard. In my case, it was the overhead transparency projector. And our focus, the focus of the entire class was the world outside the classroom, the world beyond the university, the so-called natural world, where we were studying the objects, systems, and patterns that make up the natural world. Our focus was not on ourselves, but only when it came to the examination time, about our concepts, our understanding, our laboratory experience, and we learned to be very objective. So we didn't want to have anything to do with our own subjectivities or values. They were pushed aside in the tradition of science, scientific inquiry. Now, there's nothing wrong with that in itself. It's a necessary but not sufficient condition. What we develop here is objective knowledge and values. We are able to stand aside, to distance ourselves from the natural world. It becomes something of a divide between our subjectivities and the objectivity of the outer world. Transformative model of STEM learning is very, very different from that. This notion of transformation is something that I'm now going to talk about in detail. So here we have a very different model of teaching young people about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and teacher education in those areas. So yes, we have the outer world and we have the inner world of students, but we also, as transformative educators, need to be focusing on our students' subjectivities and their intersubjectivities, the way they interact with each other. We need to be able to understand and engage with the students' lived experiences of the world around them. What kind of values do they bring to the classroom? What kind of cultural knowledge systems do they bring to the classroom? How will what they learn in the classroom enable them to go back to their homes and to their communities and to their new professions and bring their values and feelings to bear for sustainable development? So it's much more of a two-way interactive process. We call this holistic knowledge and social values. And now I'm going to explain a little bit about how this can happen. So transformative learning, by the notion of transformation, I think this little image helps to explain. Here's a young man who was embedded in this painting, and the painting has a framework. And if you like, the framework are the binding knowledge and values and feelings that this young boy was raised with, largely invisible. But transformative learning means becoming aware of the existence of one's own knowledge and values and ethics, etc., and feelings, making them visible, looking outside of one's existing framework, not necessarily abandoning, but accepting it and looking outside of it at other people's frameworks, understanding other frameworks in particular. So it's about a paradigm shift, and I'm going to come back to this notion of a paradigm shift in just a moment, about the notion that, you know, we don't just want to stay for our lives as caterpillars, we want to be able to transform, to metamorphose into a higher state of living, into becoming more fully human, if you like, but in a different form. So this notion of transformative learning draws on a very extensive and rich scholarship that goes back over 100 years. Some of these, I do apologize for this being very Western centric. And I know that my students have in various cultural and wisdom traditions gone beyond these scholars into their own Eastern wisdom traditions in particular to find support for this type of learning. But you know, you may be aware of some of these people, particularly John Dewey, who's well known in educational circles. So we have the arts, we have constructivism, spirituality, feminism, democracy, philosophy, sociology, and psychology. It is a massive literature that is coming together to inform us about what is transformative learning, why it's important, and how to implement it. So what I've distilled from that scholarship are 5 particular capabilities that I think are absolutely essential to be developing in our students. And here they are. And I'm going to go into each one of these one by one in just a moment. So we've got relational knowing at the top, we've got cultural self-knowing on the left, underneath that visionary and ethical valuing, over on the right, critical social knowing, and then practical knowing. So let's have a quick look at each one of those in turn. So relational knowing, or opening to the other, particularly to the culturally different other. So what this is about is helping our students to learn to connect empathically, not just objectively, but empathically and lovingly and spiritually with the natural world, to be able to embrace, to be able to appreciate the aesthetics, the beauty of the natural world and the source of our very being, which originates from the natural world and the natural world upon which we are so dependent for our survival and thriving into the future. So on the one hand, a relational knowing is forming a relationship, a deep felt relationship with the natural world. But more than that, it's also doing the same with culturally different others to enhance our sense of mutual interdependence around the world. We have too much conflict over matters of culture and religion worldwide, and we really need to help our students, give them the skills and the knowledge and the ethical values to try to overcome this sense of fear about the culturally different other. So relational knowing is about being empathic towards culturally different others and to nature also. Cultural self-knowing, this is about the little boy who steps out of the framework of the painting, becoming self-reflective, learning about one's own, the origin of one's own habits of mind. Why do I do things the way I do them every day? Why do I act automatically in the face of stimuli? Should I act automatically, or should I reflect and ask myself, is this the best reaction I should have? Or are there other ways of reacting to the world around me? What are my values and beliefs? Most young children are unaware that they have values and beliefs, and that perhaps is the role of education and certainly of religion, to help our children to develop values and beliefs, to be aware of them and to understand why they are important. And again here, I'm talking to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics educators to say that this is part of your agenda. This should be part of your agenda to help your students to become more fully human and to become aware of their impact on the natural environment. I like that quote from Aristotle, knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. Critical social knowing, looking at the world around us, understanding critically why we're making the mess that we're making. Look at that beautiful beach covered in plastic waste. You know, why? What's caused that? What is it about human manufacture and consumption that leads to that kind of disgusting mess on the beach? And on all beaches around the world, by the way, and river systems, as the World Economic Forum reports in its focus on plastic pollution. So this is about reflecting critically on how our histories have framed and perhaps distorted our relationship with the natural world and with culturally different others. How colonialism has brought certain implicit value systems that may no longer be viable. Maybe we need, as they're doing in Southern Africa right now, moving to a more decolonialist approach in their education systems, being critically aware of the history of, for example, apartheid and colonialism in that country, and the way in which indigenous knowledge systems and cultural diversity was repressed. And now there's a move to overcome that. So again, we can say with the man on the bottom right-hand corner, you know, why do we have such pollution in our air? You know, what's the cause of that? Whose interests does that serve, and whose interests does it not serve? And what's the role of economics in this process? So to go beyond that, rather than helping our kids to be depressed, we need to lift them up. We need to give them a vision of the future. And this is where ethics becomes so important. We need to help them to imagine what could a better world be like. This is about possibility thinking, using one's imagination, getting our young children to think, yeah, the world could be a lot nicer than it currently is. And then the next step beyond could, the possibility thinking, is the should. And this is where ethical and moral values are central. What should a better world be like? This is where we help our kids to develop those values that they're going to take with them back to their homes, their local communities, into their professions. Maybe they'll become politicians, maybe they'll become international leaders to participate in global movements. And finally, we need to go beyond simply armchair theorizing to give our children and our future teachers the practical experience of how to make a difference, and to develop their sense of agency. And by agency, we mean a sense of willingness and capability and confidence to know that it is possible to make a difference by developing these transformative learning capabilities in ourselves and in our students. So committing to action, how can I help to make the world a better place, and what actions can I take at home and in my local community in particular to start to make a difference? I mean, one of the things we shouldn't do is just have global problems put on the teaching agenda with no way forward, because global problems seem impossible for the individual in their local community to deal with. But we can focus on the local community problems as a starting place. I'm going to illustrate how to do that in just a moment. So going back to our model of transformative STEM education, yes, STEM disciplinary knowledge, skills and values are important. I'm not saying they're not. They are important. A focus on the outer world, understanding the outer world scientifically, rationally and objectively. But in addition to that, we need to be developing our students' inner worlds through developing their transformative learning capabilities, the ones that I've just been describing to you. So how do we do that? How do we do both at the same time in a crowded curriculum where assessment is privileging objective knowledge of the outer world? And that's the big challenge for educators today, tomorrow, and into the future. First of all, we need leaders. We need leaders who are prepared to do that. We need leaders in education who've had the experience of developing those particular transformative learning capabilities. And I'm very happy to let you know that this book that we published in 2019 is an edited collection of stories by a number of postgraduate students from Curtin University under my supervision, who've taken that journey, who've revisioned and reconceptualized their professional practices and values. Each one of these stories is very evocative. And because of the intergenerational perspective that we have, I've asked those chapter authors to put their children's images on the front cover. Just to remind us that they're the audience. They're the ones that we're working towards. They inherit the planet. So we've got to give them the skills and the knowledge and the capabilities to ensure that they do have a place to live once the parents have moved on. I would like to talk in great depth, but I only have a few minutes. How do we get our postgraduate students to engage in a form of educational research that enables them to develop those particular transformative learning capabilities? Well, back in the 1900s, last century, positivism was the standard paradigm. There's that word again, a paradigm. That means our understanding of the nature of reality, epistemology, how we know that reality, and axiology, what values do we bring to help us to understand that reality? And for positivism, objectivity is the basic set of values. So that was the dominant research paradigm until around about the 1970s, 1980s, when I was doing my master's degree in University of Bath in the UK, and I was introduced to the next paradigm called interpretivism, which comes from anthropology. And this is where we help our students to bring their subjectivities into the foreground of their research, to become the research participants themselves, to investigate the origins of their own cultural knowledge, and to develop a sense of a relational commitment with themselves and with their students and with the natural world. I'm really sorry that I have to move through this so quickly. I teach a whole semester just to get our students to understand the intricacies and the possibilities of what I'm outlining now in just a couple of moments. The next paradigm along is the one called criticalism, and this is where we focus our students on understanding the socio-political and economic frameworks and cultural frameworks that form those rigid frameworks that people are largely that are invisible and unaware of, that we need to make visible. We need to subject them to critical scrutiny. So here we have the development of students' critical social knowing skills, their ethical valuing, and their practical knowing, because this brings the research into their own practice. Postmodernism offers up the arts, and this is where our students are able to engage using narratives and storying and imagination and imagery, etc., so that they can help to develop their new vision of the future. And the final one there, integralism, means all of those paradigms can be combined into one study to give students a hugely powerful experience of developing themselves, their own professional philosophies of practice. So that has been achieved by many of the students who graduated from my program. And I'm pleased to say that having returned to their places of work in Indonesia, in Nepal, in the Philippines, in various Southern African countries, in Saudi Arabia, etc., I've spent the last few years watching how these former graduates of mine have risen in the ranks of importance within their universities and have begun to change the curriculum landscapes and the way in which they teach in the classrooms, bringing these experiences of their own, these transformative learning capabilities, to their own students and developing pedagogies for that. So just before I introduce that, let me say, here are a couple of examples of the leaders in Indonesia who did those types of PhD theses. And here's a little taste for the kind of questions that was driving their research. So Neni asked the following questions. What does it mean for me to be an Indonesian Muslim as a mathematics educator? How can transformative learning empower Indonesian Muslim educators to excavate Islamic concepts that have a productive relationship with mathematics problems? And what is the role of maths assessment in preparing children to be good Indonesian citizens of the future? There's a PhD thesis as well worth reading. Dr. Manggara Samanjarang, Vice Head of Mathematics Master's Program at University Universitas Negeri Medan. He looked into ethics in his mathematics education practice, and he asked himself the following questions. What do I understand about ethics? What do I understand? Not what is understood by others. What do I understand? How can I integrate ethics into mathematics education? How have I improved as a maths teacher, educator during this study? So it's an action research study involving those multiple paradigms, developing his own ethical values. And Dr. Yuli Ramwati, Head of Chemistry Education Study Program at Universitas Negeri Jakarta. She completed her PhD thesis on that topic and asked the following research question. How can the journey of revealing my teaching identity help me to transform my future as a science teacher educator at my university in Indonesia? She went back and excavated the history of education in Indonesia since the moment of Dutch colonization up until the present day, and looked at the various national policies of education and looked for ways of taking a post-colonial perspective by looking at multicultural elements of her own upbringing and her parents' upbringing. And again, I would highly recommend these 3 theses. I can't spend time today going into the details, but I think they address the central theme of today's conference here today. So what we've now witnessed is people like those 3 guys have gone home and they've begun to influence not only their own practice as educators in their universities, but also their colleagues as well. So we've now in the process of almost finishing this book where we've asked these people to write a little bit about their current professional practices in their home universities. This book will be available early next year. There's contributions not just from Indonesia, but many other countries. And we address from elementary education all the way through to postgraduate. And just briefly, when we have A in STEM, we're talking about the arts, and in particular, the literary arts, such as narratives and stories, the visual arts, such as images, painting and sculpture, and the performing arts, such as role play and drama. Each one of those and all of those have a role to play in that postmodern paradigm that our doctoral students and our master's students have made use of as methods of inquiry and development for their own professional pedagogies. So these forms of the arts stimulate our students' creativity, their imagination, as I said earlier, about having a vision of the future, aesthetics, beauty and spirituality. I mentioned biophilia before, falling in love with nature, ethics of eco-justice and social justice, questions of fairness and interest, and rhetoric, how to communicate effectively about all of these complex issues. So these are the kind of outcomes that we have as a result of bringing the arts through postmodernism into a multi-paradigm perspective. Let me give you a couple of practical examples in our book. Dr. Elizabeth Lilly Taylor, my co-editor of the book, she has developed something called Ethics, Values, Education. I'm not quite sure what those blue lines are doing there. With this approach, the teacher identifies a conflicting social issue. The issue has both good and bad ethical consequences. That's why we call it a dilemma. And the students are engaged in making a decision how to resolve that ethical dilemma. I've already mentioned 2 of those so far today. So plastic shopping bags, they're cheap and convenient. That's the good side. However, their disposal leads to massive pollution of rivers and oceans. That's the bad side. So in teaching children about the chemistry of plastic shopping bags, we have an opportunity to talk about the social impact. The forest is a natural resource. On the one hand, agriculture and logging are very positive for economics of the local community and maybe even the international export community. On the other side, we've got the problem of conservation of local ecosystems. So how do we resolve that dilemma? Again, that's something that we can bring into science education. And to do that, the teacher develops a story. And the story has embedded in it how characters who would be the same age as the students being taught, characters in the story who are trying to grapple with this ethical dilemma. And they get to role play the characters They get into small groups and debate. They learn how to respect each other's differing points of view, and they learn how to reach a consensus if that's possible. So this is a means of teaching both the disciplinary knowledge and skills of STEM and the transformative learning capabilities, which we now call STEAM education. And I'm sorry to be going through this so quickly, but the time is quite limited. I'll give you two examples of how this is actually being put into practice in Indonesia. So Dr. Yuli Ramawati has been working with this young lady, Alin Mardia, in the Master of Teaching program, chemistry teaching, and Alin had to do a final research project. The starting point was Alin's concern, and remember she's going to be a primary teacher, so she has to teach all disciplines, but Alin's concern was that in her local community, the laundries that are washing people's clothes and making a good living for those who are doing that, where does the wastewater go? So she followed it, and it goes through the pipes and into the local river, unfiltered. This pollution increases the pH levels of the local river systems. And this speaks directly to the chemistry topic of acids and bases, which is in the curriculum. So she developed this story called the Ethical Dilemma Story, The Detergent Dilemma, which she wrote so that students in schools would read the story and read the character in the story being a child whose mother or whatever worked in one of these or ran one of these businesses, and then had the dilemma of how to get rid of the wastewater without polluting the river. So Alin developed this STEAM research project, took it to a local school and implemented it with students of chemistry, secondary school this is, and got the students engaged in design thinking. So the students had to go through the dilemma story and then design, using design thinking principles, mechanisms for filtering that water. So they had to use their chemistry knowledge, they had to get into small groups and be creative, they had to use technical skills, they had to communicate with each other, they had to explore their ethical values. So at the same time as they're learning chemistry content, the disciplinary knowledge and skills, they were becoming very much aware of the social problem, becoming socially responsible learners, and learning to bring their ethical values into the foreground and using design thinking to find a practical knowledge solution. The learning process involved them using their smartphones, the technology for online research. And in terms of transformative learning capabilities, what they were developing was critical social knowing, ethical valuing, and practical knowing. So there's a really nice example. Alin and Dr. Yuli Ramawati have published a number of papers, conference papers, and there's a chapter in our forthcoming book. A second example, Dr. Neni Mariana, Senior Lecturer of Primary Mathematics Education at UNISA. Neni was working with her student Nadirsyah Maritaria. Nadirsyah was doing a bachelor's research project, and she was going to become a primary school teacher of mathematics, of course. Her starting point for her project was that she loved teaching traditional dance. She was a dance teacher. She'd been dancing since she was a child, and her project report explains how her family, her parents and her grandparents developed this love, this cultural love of the Bungong Jumpa dance in particular, which comes from Aceh, and I'm sure many of you know that. So what she did in her project was taking a video of this dance, and it's available online through YouTube, and she inquired and excavated all the mathematical concepts that were implicitly embedded in the dance. Now, she'd never known before, when she taught dance, she never taught it as a mathematical process. She just taught it as dance, as the movements. But when she interrogated the video, she could identify lots of number concepts, lots of geometrical concepts. So having identified all these, done this massive analysis in her project, she then turned around and taught us the next class dancing with mathematics, so that they would develop a love of their cultural knowledge system, the indigenous dance, and all the cultural aspects surrounding that, as well as the mathematics appropriate to their level of development. And so I would certainly recommend reading her project report. which again is written in a narrative storying form, which is very engaging, and you understand about Tricia's own subjective experience, her vision and her passion now for teaching mathematics, which she didn't have at the beginning. So this is another example of researchers' transformative learning, how to transform the professional self. So I'm nearing the end here, and unfortunately I can't go into that in much detail either. So let me just sum up by saying the arts have a very, very important role to play, particularly in STEM education. The earth without art is just which I think is quite a nice way of summarizing things. If we're going to teach STEM for the future of the earth, we need to understand that there are both positive and negative aspects of STEM, its impact on the earth systems. It's not the technology per se, but it's the way in which we use it. It's to do with our moral and ethical values. Therefore, if we're going to address the crises of the environmental and cultural extinction that we're experiencing, we really need to have our STEM graduates ethically aware and empowered to act accordingly. I'll leave you with a quote from the Earth Charter. The choice is ours to form a global partnership to care for Earth and one another, or risk the destruction of ourselves and the diversity of life. It's our choice. The fundamental changes are needed in our values, in our institutions, and in our ways of living. We must realise that when basic needs have been met, human development is primarily about being more, not simply having more. We need to go beyond materialism and embrace a higher level of human development, being a more fully human. So that's a little takeaway message that I hope appeals to you, and that I think puts a nice sort of feel to the central argument that I'm making here today. We don't have another planet B. We're rapidly consuming the one that we have. We need to stop doing that. We need to live sustainably. We need to implement education for sustainable development. Transformative learning is a very promising and powerful approach to doing just that. So I thank you very much for your kind attention. Terima kasih banyak. And now I'll hand back to Dr. Titian.
Okay, thank you, Professor Peter Taylor has presented about transformative education, where we have to educate our young generation to be more aware, conscious towards the realities around our young generations, and also they have to know about the work crisis and problems, and how to educate them to make the world as a better place for living. And there are many practices that Professor Peter has explained about self-knowing, critical social knowing, relational knowing, visionary ethical knowing, and practical knowing. It's very interesting that for us as educators must understand that, must know this principle. Okay, thank you. And then we are going to invite some questions for participants who are curious or have curiosity about the transformative education. It's very interesting that you can write your questions on a chat box provided, or you can use the raise hand feature to address questions to Professor Peter. Okay, there is a question in the chat box. Peter?
Okay.
Yeah.
See that.
Are you ready?
How is transformative education paradigm implemented in Islamic education?
Yeah.
Well, that's a big question. And the first thing I have to say is I'm not an Islamic scholar, okay? I have an ecumenical worldview. In other words, I have great respect for all of the world's religions and knowledge systems. I worked with Islamic scholars, I worked with Hindu scholars, I worked with Buddhist scholars, I worked with Christian scholars, and I have personally learned a huge amount. But I am in no position to prescribe for any of those religions about how to undertake education. That's the first thing I'll say. The second thing I'll say is this. The three examples that I've given you today, or at least two of them, Dr. Neni Mariana and Dr. Yuli Ramwati, are both very strong practitioners of Islam. And I've known them for many years and I've learned a lot from them. And I've come to appreciate the way in which they have brought together the important principles of Islam and filtered them through this notion of transformative learning. Found transformative learning a means for bringing Islamic principles and knowledge and values and ideas into their teaching practices and into the hands and minds of their students. So I would encourage you, to answer that question, to read the writings of Yuli and Neni in particular, because I think they have a huge amount of wisdom that they've been developing. And they're only at the very beginning of this journey. They do have chapters in our book, and that book will be published next year. But beyond that one chapter of each of them, they do have a number of other publications, and they are available for doing conference presentations. So rather than ask me, ask the experts, people such as Yuli and Neni. And I might also extend that to another one of my graduates who is a Vice Dean of Research, Educational Research at Jeddah, University of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. He's a mathematics educator, and he's taken a similar journey of research as transformative learning, and he is now putting into practice transformative learning ideas and practices in his professional practice at the University of Jeddah. And he's a very, very strong Islamic scholar and practitioner.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I think you have answered the questions very well, because what the questions means is about Islamic values, which is very universal and can be implemented in all aspects of our lives. Okay, thank you for your suggestions, and we will contact Neni and Yuli for them, because I know them very well. My colleagues too. Okay, thank you. And then
and by the way, can I just add something here? I mentioned earlier the Transformative Education Research Group Indonesia. That group wishes to expand. So anybody who has an interest in becoming a member of that group across Indonesia, please, and Neni, Yuli, and Mangara up at Unimed are more than happy to bring you into that active group.
Okay, thank you. So the students of IIN, especially for the education faculty, you can join to the TERG that Peter has with some Indonesian lecturers across Indonesia. Okay, maybe Prof. Peter can share how to register to that group later on. Okay, thank you. And then for the second question, this is from Nadirsyah on the chat box. What is the relevance between transformative education and democracy?
Okay, another deeply profound question. Thank you. From Naila Rizki, I think is her name. Okay, so I guess we should ask ourselves first and foremost, what do we mean by democracy? And there are 2,000 years going back to Greek philosophers about that question. What is democracy? And then we come up to today and we look around the world and we see so-called democracies in practice. and we can see lots of conflict between the theoretical models and the actual practices. And we have to ask ourselves, why is that? Why is there so much conflict between the ideal democracy and the democracies being practiced? And one of the answers I think that's come through my talk today is that there's a lot of self-centeredness and selfishness in the world today. The notion of social community and social responsibility seems to have been weakened, particularly in the so-called Western democracies where individualism has flourished. And so this notion of there are many truths these days, there are no foundational truths, which has caused all sorts of problems worldwide when it comes to vaccination against the COVID pandemic. People are saying science is rubbish, it's all politics. We have all this fragmentation, which is a kind of a postmodern perspective where we have relativism running rampant. One of the things I really admire about Indonesia is the unity in diversity that you have in your society as a result of Islam providing a coherence. So you do have, and I know it's not perfect, of course, and no one's perfect anywhere, no country's perfect anywhere, but I sometimes fear for Australia because we've become too much like America with a materialistic attitude, with a self-centeredness, with a fragmentary approach. And this has really been shown up in with the pandemic, how some people are pro-vaccine and some others are not. And then in recent times in America with the so-called cradle of democracy, the United States of America under the previous presidency, we had all sorts of misinformation and false truths running rampant. So we do have a problem about what do we mean by democracy and how do we want it put into practice. The relationship with transformative learning, education, is that there's a thing called critical social knowing or critical social thinking. And that is, I've used an image of a hand. I'll put it kind of like that. It's a bit hard with this camera. Okay, so often we're taken up with pointing the finger of blame outwards. You know, all the things that are wrong about the world are out there. Somebody else is responsible for them. And we blame people for things we don't like. We blame people for ideas we don't like, etc., etc. But at the same time, what we should be aware of is, you see those three fingers that are pointing back at me? That's what transformative learning is asking us to do. Not just say, what's the source of the pollution out there, but what is my personal responsibility for contributing to the world's problems? And how can I go about developing my commitment, my ethical and moral commitment? So I think for me, in a vibrant democratic society, we're going to be doing both. We're going to be looking at the problems beyond us, and we're also going to be looking back at ourselves to ask ourselves, how complicit are we in reproducing the problems that we're complaining about? And what can we do as individuals and as social beings? You know, we have our family, we have our communities, we have our nation. We shouldn't just be thinking about me, 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 me. In a democracy, we have to have a sense of social responsibility. So transformative learning is helping to develop certain capabilities in students that are going to be very compatible with them becoming active, responsible citizens in a healthy democracy.
Okay, thank you.
That's the end of my answer.
I know that. So answering the questions about education and transformative education and democracy, it is more about self-knowing as the good citizens what you should give, what you are responsible for, creating democracy itself, not only what we call as demanding our rights to accept
exactly.
what I have to accept from others. Okay,
I think there's another right. Sorry, there's another right that goes with that, and that's the right to be socially responsible.
Okay, yeah, the right to be socially responsible. That's what we are dreaming of, that our young generations know about
Indeed.
that.
And that's why we're trying to increase the vaccination rate.
Okay. Okay, good. And then for the next question is from Abdul Ghaffar, this is a student of education, say that what is the basic argument for transformative education?
Yeah. You know, one of the things I like to do as a teacher is to turn the question back on the person who asks the question and say, well, what do you think? You've just listened to me talk for the last hour. What did you get from what I said just now that appeals to you? So you answer the question and then I'll have a discussion with you. But unfortunately, we can't really do that in this means of communication that we have here. And that's a little frustrating because I don't just like lecturing. That's kind of a contradiction in terms. To help students develop transformative learning capabilities, you don't just lecture at them. You know, that's the old model. We have to engage our students in conversations. Those conversations need to develop critical reflective thinking. They need to develop empathic communication and mutual understanding. They need to develop, you know, all those decision-making skills and social values, etc. So, yeah, I'm reluctant just simply to lecture again to answer that question. I'd like to know from this person, what did they get out of what I said that needs clarifying? Okay. There's still an opportunity for this Abdul Ghaffar. Oh, that's Abdul Ghaffar from Pakistan. Okay, I know Abdul. Yeah, Abdul, yeah. Hello, thanks for your question.
Okay, Abdul Ghaffar, that's back to you.
He's a professor at the University of Abdul Wali Khan University in Medan in northeastern Pakistan. I know him quite well. I'm sure he'll take what I said in the right spirit.
Okay. Okay, back to the questions again from Dianur Mawada. The question is concerning with the transformative education. What kind of roles do the students need to be able to wise in using artificial intelligence for nature conservation without compromising the productivity of a small population?
Okay, that's an interesting question. In using AI for nature conservation, okay, without compromising the productivity of the small population. So it's kind of an economic argument, isn't it?
Yes.
Is this to do with something like the problem of deforestation, where we have very advanced technologies these days? You know, in the old days, and this applies to Western Australia, where we had massive forests. In the old days, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, when Western Australia was being colonised by the British, the view was that Western Australia was an infinite natural resource, particularly forests. So we have all these beautiful hardwood forests, just magnificent. And they weren't seen necessarily for their beauty, they were seen for their economic potential. So the people came in and they started cutting down these massive trees, and they developed a transport infrastructure to drag them to the coast, to put them on ships, to send them off to Europe so they could build railway lines and sewerage systems in their cities. Fortunately, at the time, they were using hand saws, you know, 2 people on either end of a saw, pulling and pushing. So the amount of productivity was quite limited. You couldn't just cut the entire forest down in 1 year. Today, of course, you can, because one person with a chainsaw can cut down a big tree in 15 minutes, so to speak. You could erase an entire forest in no time at all these days, unless there are environmental controls. Now, fortunately, in Western Australia, we've had recent governments that put big environmental controls on the exploitation of our natural resources, in particular the forests. And so we're now having plantations of alternative fast-growing softwood trees to protect the beautiful hardwood forests that take 200 years to fully grow. And I know the tropical forests in Indonesia are very similar. And guess what? I can go down to my local shop here, my local hardware shop, and I can buy cheaply hardwood timber that comes from, guess where? The tropical rainforests of Indonesia and Malaysia. Why? Well, maybe the controls on the environment in Indonesia and Malaysia and so on are not as strict as they need to be. And you do have now the technological power to really eradicate those forests in order to do what? To sell the timber, to plant sugar palm plantations. And I showed you those statistics about the impact on the orangutan habitat in northwest Sumatra. So it's less about artificial intelligence. It's more to do with simply the development of technology. So we do need really strong environmental controls. I'm just going back to this question, what kind of roles do students need to be able to do to be wise? Okay, so the students, they need to understand from a scientific point of view, what is an ecosystem? How do ecosystems form? How long do forests take to grow? What are the conditions that are necessary? What is called sustainable harvesting? In other words, you cut down a certain amount, but you don't compromise the regrowth of the forests. And maybe you also think about alternatives to cutting down the existing forests, such as growing special plantations, which are fast growing, that require a different kind of management regime and a different kind of harvesting regime. So we can bring all of that alternative ideas and knowledge into biology classrooms, into the STEM, into STEAM education.
Okay, that's very understandable. And okay, I think the following questions have been addressed, so similar questions in Islamic religious education. Okay, Peter, I'm thinking of when should we educate our children of transformative education, which is concerning with the ethical dilemmas that you have explained. If, in my opinion, if we teach starting from now, it means that we have to wait for 30 years, where if we start today, for example, in our early education, early child education, we start to educate them about transformative education, then we have to wait 20 or 30 years later, where the citizen, when they grow up as the citizens. And this is, I'm very sorry for that. Yeah, it is the first question. And then for the second one is, actually the curriculum or education system in Indonesia has adopted what you say as transformative education, but the educators themselves, where you know that teachers are the products of the education long time ago, where they are not educated as the curriculum right now, that we have to do the accelerations of the education of the teacher education. This is the two things that happen in Indonesia right now. Would you please give us the suggestions or your opinions or your point of views about how we can accelerate this transformative education in our
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Titi, and I think that's a really important question. And you know, I'll answer it in two different ways. One way of saying when should it happen is yesterday. And the parallel here is with the big meeting in Glasgow just recently called COP26, I think it's called, where all the world leaders came together to talk about how are the countries of the world going to combat carbon emissions into the atmosphere. And the idea was that we had to, every country has to reduce its carbon emissions. So the idea was you get all the world leaders together and they come to an agreement. Now, there are various opinions about how effective that meeting was. In Australia, we're very unhappy with the Australian response. We think it's too little, too late, and it's all a matter of environment versus the economics. Now, there's a parallel here. With the, we don't have to start at kindergarten or at elementary education in grade 1 and start there. We do need to start there, but that's not the only starting point. We need to be starting at all levels all the way through. And in this book that we're publishing that's coming out next year on STEAM education, we have examples from different levels of education, from elementary, kindergarten, all the way through primary, through secondary, through undergraduate, through postgraduate, in particular teacher education. I believe we need to be starting at all of those levels at the same time. And we are, in fact, doing that. And the examples I gave you from Indonesia with Yuli and Neni, they are focusing on teacher education. Now that is so critical because every graduate who comes out of their program is going to have what we call a cascade effect. It's like a waterfall, you know. They go out into schools, they start teaching a whole class of students, 30 or 40 students in one period, another class, another class, another class. And so they're immediately having a huge impact. So teacher education is a key to the impact of transformative learning for sustainable development on the education system. The greatest flexibility in the education system nationally, and the same in Australia, is in teacher education. I know there are national curricula and national assessment systems that dominate secondary education. And there's less opportunity at that level to really get traction, to get a foothold for transformative learning in those classrooms. It's not impossible, and it is happening. You know, an individual teacher in their own science classroom can do something, and in the book show how that is possible. But the single biggest impact is in teacher education programs. And that's, how do we do that? Well, we've got to create the leaders, people like Mangara, Neni, Yuli, who have had the experience themselves of developing the transformative learning capabilities that they can then go and teach them. So you can't teach something that you haven't learned. So we need a much bigger focus on professional development of teacher education, let's call them lecturers or professors, so that they have the capability themselves that they can then transfer onto their students who become the new teachers.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, so from all levels of education, we have to accelerate the transformative learning in order to make the students and also the educators itself, and if possible, it's also for the politicians to know about this.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the children of today are the politicians of tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, and we are trying to invite some questions from the participants. Any more questions, or you can raise your hand?
I will.
Okay.
Dr. Titin, may I ask?
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you. For Professor Peter, thank you for your interesting materials, and I'm very interesting about your mention about the cultural self-knowing as the beginning of wisdom. As you know that in Indonesia, as a majority of Muslim, we have many Islamic values to teachings or to preserve the environment sustainability. But we have also the ethical dilemma when many people have the pragmatism paradigm, anything to make money, so everything to use it to create. And I have the big problem, and I need your suggestion to this. What should we do to protect the environment while the people destroy the environment? Okay, so what the best strategy to solve bad problems through the value? As I mean, do you think that the politic or regulator roles can help the people by their policy? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I understand the nature and urgency of the problem. The easiest thing to say is it's a lack of political leadership on the one hand, okay? That's the easiest thing to say. We need our politicians to provide alternative means of living, alternative income streams for people who are currently cutting down forests. I mean, this is not just Indonesia. You look at the Amazon over in Brazil, that is under dire threat. And there's a total lack of political will to engage to conserve those forests. Now, it is possible, of course. And the question is, why is it not happening? Well, as you've said, the economic interest is paramount, isn't it? We've learned in a certain paradigm that the global marketplace is almost like another religion. And when you try and contest that, you don't seem to have any credibility with politicians, because many politicians are deeply embedded in and implicated with the global marketplace. So having said that, education is the other answer. You know, and in our book, there's a chapter written by Milton Medina, Dr. Milton Medina. He works at the University of Mindanao on the island of Mindanao in Indonesia. He's a biologist, he's a conservationist. He often takes his students out into the forests to capture and identify new species of insects. He's very much a conservationist. So he's realized that he can only do so much as a single academic in a university. So what he's done to increase his power or his engagement is to go to local communities who have a long-standing living relationship with the natural world, in other words, native villages. And he engages with those native villages, and he helps to educate them about the value of their natural environment. Now, that natural environment is under threat from people who are miners and who are loggers as well. And when the local native people want employment, often they'll go and help the miners and they'll help the loggers. But what he's helped them to do, these native villages, is to develop conservation programs. And those conservation programs can develop products for sale in local towns, and they can also be educational facilities for kids from local schools to go there and learn from the local community about the value of the natural resources around them. So this is a way of empowering local communities to conserve and preserve their own natural environments and become centres of education for local community schools, as well as developing their own small businesses which use the local environment in a sustainable manner. So then you can actually demonstrate to the local school kids who come on field trips how that's being done. This is also happening in Nepal, Kathmandu University School of Education, where there is a team of STEAM educators. There's now a department of STEAM education under the leadership of Professor Balchandra Luitel, who co-edited with me the first of those two books I was talking about today. He's now got a team of doctoral students and master's students doing outreach community work, going out into local schools, working with teachers to teach in a sustainable manner and introducing practical aspects into their local school gardens, for example, so that there's this cascade effect again. You don't just teach the class in front of you, but you leave your institution and you go out into local communities. It's called community outreach. And you begin to develop leadership within those communities who are able to then act in an educative manner. So there's just a couple of little ideas. Oh, and by the way, we also need to be challenging as educators the underpinning assumptions of the dominant economic models of capitalism. And it's not just me saying that. I quoted earlier the head of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, who's written a number of books, the most recent of which is called Stakeholder Capitalism, and that introduces the ideas of reducing our impact on the environment, recycling, reusing. And there's a lot of R words that help us to understand how to live more sustainably in relation to the natural world.
Okay, thank you. So in other words, we have to do the environmental conservation comprehensively with other institutions, right? Not
Yes.
only a single word, but also with government and private, right?
Yeah,
okay,
multiple aspects, multiple levels, all at the same time. And there's no time to waste. I mean, COP36, 26 meeting said by 2050, net zero emissions. Now, we need to be working to that agenda and that timetable. We need to be educating kids to sustain the natural environment before it's too late. And we're getting very close. We have the 6th mass extinction. We have the decimation of forests. We have loss of biodiversity. It's just horrendous. So we need to actually convey that sense of urgency to all of our students. And in doing that, we have to develop their moral and ethical values and commitment to take action, not just leave it to someone else.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Titi.
You're welcome, Susmini.
Okay, then we are waiting also to next question. But the question is sent to my link, Professor Peter. The question is like this: Indonesian teachers is really concerned with the system of evaluation. Just like evaluating or scoring the students' participation in learning. Do you have any certain formulas and how to evaluate or how to give the evaluations to students' participations in transformative learning, if we implement that? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really important question too. There's a saying that if the curriculum is like a dog, the assessment system is like the tail on the dog. And the tail of a dog, when the dog is happy, is wagging, you know, going backwards and forwards. Now, the saying is this, that the assessment tail wags the curriculum dog, not the dog wags the tail. So we can alter the curriculum any way we like, but if we don't change the assessment tail on the dog, then the tail stays in charge of the curriculum, okay? So one of the big problems we've had all over the world is curriculum reform, but no assessment reform, which is kind of like putting a blindfold on and trying to find your way through a nice sunny day. It's like being in at night. Okay, so that's the metaphor. What we have in assessment is a domination of the sort of the scientific paradigm of quantitative assessment. We have become very skilled at assessing only that which can be measured numerically. And we have ignored what we need to be assessing qualitatively. So, for example, if we are interested to assess the extent to which students have reflected critically on their values, I mean, how do you do that quantitatively? I mean, you possibly could try, but you know, it's very hard to do so. It's a lot easier to measure somebody's conceptual understanding of the concept of electricity or electrical current and the relationship between voltage, resistance and current, I, V and R. There's a formula and you can plug in lots of numbers and test students' understanding of that relationship. And you can do that quantitatively. But when it comes to our value systems and our feelings and our empathy, you can't readily do that quantitatively. So we need alternatives. So we've been experimenting with some alternatives and we have a long way to go. One of those is this. When students are engaging in, for example, ethical dilemma story learning, they hear a part of the story, the teacher reads the story out, there's a dilemma in there, and the teacher says to the class, okay, now, how would you solve the dilemma yourself individually? And I want you to write down your answer in your journal. And then when you've done that, I want you to write down your reason. Okay, so you're giving your answer. This is how I would solve the dilemma, and this is why I've chosen this particular approach. Having done that, and you're not allowed to talk to anybody else, just do it by yourself. Okay, now, next step, get into twos, get into pairs. Two students come together and they ask each other questions. You know, what did you say? What was your reason? Oh, that's interesting. I said this. Oh yeah, I had a different point of view. I said that. So then the two students write down their interaction, how they actually came to understand each other. And then when all that's done, you might get together in a group of 4. So you're gradually trying to build up a group consensus. Now, it's not necessarily the case that everybody will agree with each other, and that's okay. So if you don't agree, you write down why not. So what you're doing is you're creating a story in a narrative voice with I in there, the word I. Now, the word I has been banned from STEM classrooms forever. And I used to do that as a teacher too. When I mark students' practical books, you know, no I, no past tense, no present tense, has to be objective, past tense, and nothing else but. So this is very different. This is qualitative, subjective, interpersonal expression. And when I said earlier, the arts give us the opportunity to develop our rhetorical skills, our expression, our argumentation. So we need to be assessing the extent to which students engage in that type of learning. Now, it's very hard to do it quantitatively, so qualitative is the best idea. So how does a STEM teacher assess that? You've had no training in studying the various sciences and mathematics. There's been no training. So what do? Well, you go and talk to your colleague who's an expert in teaching languages or teaching Indonesian or teaching sociology or social sciences, and they know how to do it. So then you start collaborating. And this is the really important thing about integrated curricula. You don't just talk to yourself. You don't just talk to if you're a science person, a technology person, because it's kind of a very limited conversation based on limited experience. You go and talk to the other experts in the education system who are experts in alternative ways of understanding students' inner thoughts and feelings. And by doing this, you begin to develop an interdisciplinary curriculum team within a school. And you start to introduce alternative assessment methods. Now, that's just the beginning of it. And it's really exciting because there's no single best way to do this, you know, and it all depends on a local context. So in our book, we've got a couple of examples of how this is taking place. So in short, the answer to the question is alternative means of evaluation or assessment that are qualitative in nature. And to learn how to do that, you collaborate with somebody in a discipline where there's already expertise. And eventually, the national examination system will come to respect the alternative.
Yes, this is quite hard. We think about the assessment reform or evaluation reform because the quality of the learning is now still measured quantitatively rather than qualitative assessment. But we hope that this material about transformative education, transformative learning will be understood by our students, our colleagues, that they are now opening their minds about what education really is, preparing our young generation to be good citizens in the future. That's, to make the world better for our living. That's the point. It's very important point.
And when you've got leaders like Yuli, Mangara, Neni, and others in other countries, they can be brought in to help with the conversation about why is the system like it is at the moment. This is the critical social knowing. Why is it like this? Has it always been like this ever since the beginning of the planet? Or is this a human construct? Is this a cultural construct? How much of this is to do with our colonial history? And is it appropriate to continue like that? So there are big, deep, broad framing questions, socioeconomic and political questions that shape our curricula and our assessment systems. And so part of transformative learning is that critical social knowing, understanding the big framework issues that cause things to be what we think are normal and everlasting. But when we look back in history, there's been so much change in education in my 30 or 40 years, but young people don't see that because they don't have that history under their belts. That's why we need leaders like you, Titian, who can provide students with a historical perspective.
Okay, thank you. And then for the group of TERG, is that in a Facebook, available in a Facebook or in a, some social media? So we can introduce this.
Okay, good question. We are in the process of developing social media for each TERG and also for iTurn as a whole. We hope next year, early next year, as soon as this book is finished, we'll have a website for the iTurn, which will then connect to the individual TERGs. But just for now, Yuli, Neni and Mangara are the key contact people through, say, email in relation to becoming members of the TERG. And as a result of your question, I'm going to talk to them tomorrow and tell them to hurry up and get this ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we are still hoping that more questions. You can, participants who cannot write in English, you can write in Bahasa Indonesia, and I will help to translate it into English. Yeah. No more questions? Okay, if you do not have any questions for the participants, we still have 9 minutes to go. Professor Peter, would you like to give a closing statement for us concerning or relating to your material today about transformative education? Please.
Can I first ask a question?
Yeah, okay.
There are 195 participants I can see who may be listening to this session. Can I ask anybody out there who's practicing anything like what I've been talking about today?
Okay, please, one of the participants, Peter is asking you about your comment about this. From 195 participants.
The other question, I guess, if nobody wants to answer that one, is who would like to do what I've been talking about today? Who would like to join Yuli, Neni and Mangara in this wonderful and important journey?
Okay. Ada yang berminat untuk bergabung dengan TERG? Dari 195 peserta ini, utamanya pada mahasiswa pendidikan bergabung dalam Transformative TELG, Transformative Education Group. Ada? Ada kan? Here. Mr. Ali. Jauhar Ali. Ya. Oke, and then ada lagi? Di ini pakai ada.
Well, maybe I'll provide a little summary while people are responding directly to you about my questions, and then I'll come back to you and see what you might have to say about that.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'll just have a quick drink. Okay. When we think about drivers for change, we often think about the economic driver. That seems to be the dominant one in our global marketplace these days. It's sort of captured the imaginations and the sense of need worldwide. There's very few communities that are not vulnerable or susceptible in some way to participate in global marketplaces, because they tend to, all the products and processes flow down to local consumers. So we get what we call the economic imperative. It seems to be the single most important thing in our lives. Consumption, waste products seem to be an inevitable side effect of our engagement in our global marketplaces. When I first went to Indonesia, I went to Bali in 1971, I think, or 72. It was predominantly an organic society. There were no plastics. There was a lot of natural fibers used for just about everything, from carrying shopping around to, so you'd look on the ground and the rubbish you would see would be organic rubbish. And that was easily disposed of. It would rot or it would be swept away somewhere. Now that was not very long ago. It might seem a long time ago to young people today, but it was when I was in my early 20s. Now, of course, it's very different. It's very different in Bali, in the ocean. It's very different in Indonesia. It's very different worldwide. We have massive plastic pollution simply because of economics. We are, in a way, victims of our own economic involvement. So we need another driver. Economic rationalism is the dominant driver, has been for most of the 20th century. And we've got large scale everything, big pharma, big business, big everything. It seems too big to be able to turn around. But we've now reached a point, a critical point, where sustainability has become as important a driver. And guess what? It's also finding its way into economic systems. So, as I said earlier, the World Economic Forum is promoting what's called stakeholder capitalism, where one of the major stakeholders is the natural environment. So economic development needs to be moderated by ethical and moral concern for the impact of production processes and waste processes on the natural environment. So when we talk about how hard it is to change, and it is hard, you know, it's hard to change curricula, it's hard to change assessment systems. Yes, I agree. And I've had that experience myself. However, it must be done. It's as simple as that. There's a moral imperative now that we've got to transform our education system and our societies. Where do we go to for that sense of moral imperative? Well, there are many different sources. As I said earlier, I work with professional educators from a whole range of different cultural traditions and religious traditions, from Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, and so on. And within each one of those traditions, there is a strong set of values spiritual values and moral values that we can draw on to create this, to support this sense of imperative to change, to contest the negative side effects of the way in which we lead our lives through our participation in the dominant economic system. And if our politicians find it really, really hard to achieve that, and they're struggling when they go to the Glasgow meeting, they don't immediately get a strong sense of commitment. They all want to sort of water down things a little bit and protect their own patch and make sure, they don't overstress their industries. If politicians are struggling to do it, then educators need to stand up and come to the forefront of the process of education for sustainable development. We are now witnessing this happening. This is not just my imagination. We actually see practical examples, and I've outlined just a couple of them today. Educators worldwide need to feel firstly a moral outrage that the planet is in such dire straits, and then they need to have a sense of moral agency that they can and should do something about it. And if not you, then who? And you're in a wonderful position to have that cascade effect that I talked about before. You've got a whole class of students sitting in front of you, and then if you can infect them with these ideas of transformative learning, develop those capabilities and that sense of moral concern or outrage and moral agency that you can and should do something about it, then we're well on the road to helping with the overcoming the huge environmental and cultural sustainability crises that we're now confronting. So it's quite simple in many ways. If you don't do this, then you're complicit in facing, in helping what David Attenborough calls the end of life on Earth. Now, I don't want to be too dramatic, but David Attenborough is one of the world's most respected environmentalists, and I take to heart his imploring that we do everything we possibly can. We don't leave it to others. So educators in particular, you have a massive moral and ethical responsibility to engage your students in education for sustainable development. And that requires not just developing new knowledge and understandings, but also in developing their value systems as well. Okay, Titian, I think that's about all I want to say.
Yes, we need a commitment, big commitment to this. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Peter Taylor. Before we end this session, I would like to present the certificate to keynote speaker as an expression of our appreciation of your kindness and willingness to share your expertise in this conference. Here, certificate is to certify that Professor Peter C. Taylor as keynote speaker. Again, thank you very much, Peter, and we do not, this big applause to you. And we hope that this is not, this is not the end of our meeting, because we need your help, your assistance to give the education to us, especially for EIN Pekalongan, and then we plan you to be our visiting professor to introduce, to develop your transformative education to our faculty here. And okay, this is the end of our keynote sessions, and we continue to the next agenda. Thank you very much, Peter, again, to provide your time to us. Okay. To all participants, thank you very much. See you, bye, and have a great afternoon. And thank you very much. I'm, as a moderator for today's session, will apologize for all the mistakes that happening when I'm moderating this And then for the closing, Allahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Syukron kathiron ila al-mukarramah Titin Susianisi karya Satil Jalsah bihadih nadwah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to inform you that the next agenda is going to be parallel session. It will start soon, and the committee has managed 4 venues for the presenters, so please join the venue based on the link of Zoom meeting. And the participants are also invited to join the parallel session. The link for each venue and attendance for this conference have been shared with you in the chat box. Moreover, we are going to announce best papers and best presenters before the closing ceremony. That's it. Thank you very much.
Cek. Sadatul bahisin fi hadhihi nadwah al-alamiyah. Salamullahi ta'ala alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ba'dal hamdi wa syukri wa sholah ala Rasulillah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ismahu li an uqaddima lakum anna fi hadhihi al-fursah iddatu maqalat qaddamaha al-bahisun min anha'i al-jami'ah al-islamiyah al-muntashirah fi Indonesia. Fahunaka isna asyara risalatan katabaha wa a'addaha haula'il bahisun fa fi hadhihi al-fursah sa adkuru isma kulli wahidin min haula'il bahisin li at-ta'aqqud ala tawajudihim fi hadhihi al-fursah. Fa awalan Muhammad Subhi Apriantoro, hal hada al-ismu mawjud? Ada enggak? Pak Muhammad Subhi ada ya?
Mawjud.
Ya, syukron jazilan. Wasaniyan Agus Yahya. Pak Agus Yahya maujud amla. Ya. Wasalisan Rifqi Huzairi.
Pesen, Pak.
Maujud.
Halo, maujud.
Wa Rabi'an Ahmad Tubagus Surur. Wala maujud. Fa yani la ahtaj ila dzikri asma haula ila nihayah. Fa ulahid anna al-muddah al-mutahah li taqdimi al-maqalah hiya khamsu daqa'iq fa nuqassim arba'u ila arba'ati ashkhas li taqdimi al-maqalah mubasharatan qabla an na'tiya ila fursah as-su'al wal jawab li asadah al-bahisin. Fa arju min asadah as-sayyid Muhammad Subhi Abriyantoro wa sayyid Agus Yahya wa sayyid Rifqi Huzairi wa sayyid Ahmad Tubagus Surur li taqdimi maqalatihim wa jazakumullahu khairan. Bidayatan as-sayyid Muhammad Subhi Abriyantoro, tafadhol ya Sidi. هذا الباحث يأتي من الجامعة محمدية سurakarta حيث إنه عدى من المقالة تحت عنوان Political Interpretation of the Caliphate Verse in the Quran by Sunni and Syiah. Fa'alaihi falyatafaddal mashkura.
Maaf, syukran ya Ustadz ala waktiha. Pada takalam bi lugatil Indonesia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sudah terlihat nggih?
Ya, sudah.
Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi wa ba'd. Terima kasih Ustadz atas waktu yang diberikan. Izinkan kami untuk mempresentasikan paper yang telah kami tulis sebelumnya, yaitu tentang Political Interpretation of the Caliphate Verse in the Quran by Sunni and Syiah. Jadi ini menjelaskan tentang penafsiran, bagaimana penafsiran Sunni dan Syiah terhadap khalifah di dalam Al-Quran yang ditulis oleh penulis pertama yaitu Muhammad Subhi dan Rizky Sadi. Baik, langsung saja. Untuk latar belakangnya adalah berawal dari konflik atau perbedaan persepsi tentang kepemimpinan yang terjadilah konflik ideologis besar antara Sunni Syiah mengenai bagaimana dan apa sejatinya khalifah yang sesungguhnya. Penelitian ini berupaya mencari titik sumber perbedaan antara kedua sekte besar tersebut. Jadi ada perbedaan persepsi tentang kepemimpinan pasca Rasulullah SAW wafat. Jadi Rasulullah wafat itu merupakan satu masalah yang besar yang timbul di kalangan umat Islam, dan masalah kemudian timbul terus-menerus. Salah satunya adalah
Afwan ya Ustaz, fa ita isyarah min al-lajnah min lajnah an-nadwa fa ala kulli bahis an yuqaddima bahsahu ala ma warada fi risalatihi aw fi bahsihi fa hunaka min al-buhus al-bahs bil lughah al-arabiyyah fa ala hadzal bahis alaihi an yuqaddim bahsahu aw maqalatahu bil lughah al-arabiyyah wa ala man qaddama bahsahu bil lughah al-injiliziyah alaihi taqdima bahsihi bil lughah al-injiliziyah aidan. Afwan.
Fa'atakalam bil lughatil injiliziyah aw bil arabiyyah wa la yajuzu bil Indonesia ya Ustaz.
هذه إشارة من لجنة أنا لست آخذا للقرار.
Maaf, baik, kalau memang harus disampaikan dengan bahasa Arab, maka izinkan untuk pemakalah kedua, maksudnya izinkan untuk penulis kami yang kedua untuk membahas ini dengan bahasa Arab karena beliau yang mentranslate ini ke bahasa kedua. Kepada Ustadz Rizky, Pak Tafadhol.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Saya koleganya Pak Rizky, insya Allah saya akan coba sampaikan dengan bahasa Arab ini. Tapi mohon maaf ini kamera saya agak bermasalah. طيب خلفية هذا البحث طبعا متكون من الواقع هناك صراع بين الشيعة والسني في تفاهم عن الآيات القرآنية المتعلقة بمدى الخلافة. طبعا الخلافة. طيب Pak Subhi mungkin next. هذا البحث تتكون من بحث مكتبي ليس ملعبي لكن مكتبي. طيب next. تقصيرا للوقت. طيب الخلافة بين السني والشيعة. السني هم يعتقدون أن الخلافة في القرآن الكريم في التفسير ليس الخلافة في مفهوم الشيعة. خلافة في مفهوم السني، الخليفة هناك ليس لا يلزم أن يكون معصوما، لكن في الشيعة يلزم أن يكون معصوما. لذلك أخذنا الكتاب مثلا من قبل سني. هناك الكتاب حمكة تفسير الأزهار البويا حمكة، كتبه بويا حمكة وفسر في داخل هذا الكتاب عن قضية الخلافة من قبل السني. بويا حمكة يرى أن الخلافة من قبل سني ليس معصوما، يعني كالإنسان العادي ليس معصوما. خلافا للشيعة أنهم يعتقدون أن الخلافة في القرآن، الآية الخلافة يشار إلى أن الخلافة لابد أن يكون المختار من عند الله وهم من المعصومين. Next. طيب هذه من الآية وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إلى آخره. هناك الفرق ووجه الافتراق ووجه تساوي بين حمكة وكذلك طباطبائي موجود في المقالة، قد كتبنا في داخل هذه المقالة. Next. وكذلك في البقرة الكثير في الآية النساء كذلك موجود. طيب next لاختصار الوقت. طيب هذا هو الخلاصة. الحمكة يرى أنه العلماء من السني حمكة. طيب تفسير خلافة من قبل السياق، يعني سياق الآية ليس من قبل ماذا يسمى في السياق، يعني الداخل في داخل الآيات، ظواهر الآيات. حمكة يرى في ظواهر الآيات. طيب والإمامة في طبائي أنهم يروا معنى الخلافة، فرق بين الخلافة والإمامة وكذلك الإمارة. الخلافة يعني الإمام معصوم، ولكن خليفة عندهم غير المعصوم عند الطبائي، لكن الإمام عند الطبائي يعني معصوم في داخل كتاب الميزان عندهم. وآخرا هناك طبعا وجه الافتراق بين حمكة وطبائي قبل الشيعة والسني في تفسير هذه الآيات الخلافة، أنه الشيعة يرون الخلافة فيه من ضمن المعصومين فضلا أن يكون إماما. كذلك خلاف بين حمكة وطبائي في تفسير الخلافة. حمكة يرون أن الخلافة الإمام لا يلزم أن يكون من المعصومين، لا يلزم يكون من المعصومين. طيب هذا منا. شكرا على حسن مشاركتكم في هذه المحاضرة. جزاكم الله خيرا كثيرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا على حسن تقديمه للمقالة أو الرسالة. والمقالة الثانية أو البحث الثاني سيقدمها السيد أكوس يحيى وعليه فليتفضل مشكورا. Pak Agus, hal kunta mawjudan Pak Agus? نظرا لعدم وجوده في هذه الساعة المحدودة ينتقل الفرصة إلى أخينا الكريم رفقي خزيري لتقديم بحثه في هذه الندوة. عليه فليتفضل مشكورا.
Thank you. Share screen-nya belum aktif, maaf. Share screen. Oke. Thanks. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billah, ma ba'dah. Which we respect the lecturer who have been present at this meeting, and also friend that I love and also I'm proud of. Introduction, my name is Rifqi Khuzairi. I am a postgraduate student in Pekalongan. At the time of this afternoon, I will present paper titled The Influence of Pesantren in the World of Education, the Colonial Period, and its extension in modern times. Agenda, the story of this presentation, abstract, introduction, discussion, conclude remarks. Abstract. The story of boarding school. Boarding school is the forerunner of Islamic education institution in Indonesia. The early presence of boarding school is estimated from 300 to 400 years ago and reached almost a level of Indonesian Muslim community. Especially in Java, pesantren is a unique educational institution. Not only because of this very long extent, but also because of the culture, method, and network applied by the institution. After Indonesia gained its independence, especially since the transition to the new order and when economic growth really rose sharply. Pesantren education became more structured and the curriculum of pesantren became better. For example, in addition to the religion curriculum, pesantren also offers general subject by using a dual curriculum. The curriculum of MON and the combined curriculum as an education institution. Pesantren is very concrete in the field of religion and the formation of the character of the nation, character akhlakul karimah. Introduction. Pesantren is one type of Indonesian Islamic education that is traditional to explore Islamic religion science and practice as a guideline for daily life. Pesantren has lived for hundreds of years and has reached almost all
ganti
level.
jeneng Kak. Engko yang nenek pertanyaan kok langsung dijawab we. Yo.
Maaf, tadi ada interupsi apa?
Ada suara nyasar masuk tadi, mohon maaf.
Oh ya, sorry. Pesantren has been recognized as an education institution that has helped educate the life of the nation. During colonialism, pesantren is a religion education institution that is very instrumental for the community in the enlightening the world of education. 1970. In the early, Mukti Ali, the new Minister of Religion Affairs, called for the rejuvenation of the pesantren value system and wanted pesantren to act as an agent of change in Indonesia society in order to facilitate community development. Guster talks began in 1970 until at least the late 1980. The years in which a new order regime was launched. Pesantren is often considered an institution that become a major barrier to development. According to Gustur, pesantren is very dynamic, can change, and the strong foundation to help direct and drive the desired change. Directorate of Religion, Education and Pondok Pesantren of the Ministry of Religion Affairs recorded in statistic that pesantren. Now, on a national scale, based on the category of pesantren, the type of pesantren salaf. In Indonesia and many as pesantren khalaf and instigated pesantren, the total is not less pesantren in Indonesia. Characteristic of boarding school.
Intahal waqt. Syukran lakum.
Different is the characteristic of boarding school after education institution. Islamic
udah cukup
education.
Waktunya Pak. Ini udah lebih 5 menit. Mohon maaf karena kita waktunya memang terbatas.
Oke.
Wal maqala al-atiyah sayuqaddimuha al-bahis Ahmad Bagus Surur wa alaihi falyatafaddal mashkura. Pak Surur ada? Enggak ada. Pak Agus Yahya. Pak Agus. Ya, Pak Agus sudah hadir. Silakan Pak Agus. Mohon maaf, saya sampaikan catatan dari panitia bahwa bahasa yang dipakai untuk presentasi sesuai dengan bahasa papernya karena untuk kejelasan penilaian. Sedangkan untuk sesi tanya jawab nanti bisa disambung dengan bahasa nasional bahasa kita Indonesia. Gitu ya. Mohon maaf dan mohon maklum. Pak Agus, monggo Pak Agus.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammad bin Abdillah wa man tabi'a sunnatahu wa iqtada bihudah amma ba'd. Ayyuhal mustarikun al-kiram, nurahibu bihimmatikum bihadzal fursah wal ijma' al-iktiradi. Syukran jazila ila muddabil awqat wa nadbah alladhi yulki layal waqt wal fursah li'an ulki al-mawdu' alladhi yumarisul mujtama' wa kalangan khosah wa hiya mas'alatun tasjidu nikah. Walidha ismahli an ulkiya hadhil maqala wa risalah ila hadratikum jami'an. Nashkuru sururan wa farhan bi annani istati'u kalaman bi hadzal mawdu' wa tajdidu nikah fi Madinah Pekalongan dirasah asbabi tajdidu nikah min jihati fiqhil Imam Syafi'i wal qanun ar-rasmi fi Indonesia. Ayuhal mustarikun al-kiram, tajdidu nikah yumarisu adatan ba'dul mujtama' al-Indonesi wa fihi masail ikhtalafaha wa jadalaha al-ulama min haitsu la yattafiqu hukmahu wa kununahu wa qad ikhtalafu bi an kana al-aqdus tsani tajid yufassihul aqdal awal wa kayfal hukmu wa kununun hadhil marisah hadzal bahs min natijatil buhus al-midaniyah alladhi yajri fi Madinah Pekalongan di mawdu' tajdidu nikah fi Madinah Pekalongan. Tuhdafu hadhihi dirasah ilal ijabah ani soal kaifa tanfidu mamarisatu tajdidu nikah alladhi af'alahu ahlul Madinah Pekalongan wa kaifa hukmuhu inda fiqhil madhhabi Syafi'i wal qanuni rasmi fi Indonesia. Tustahdamu tariqul bahsi bin na'ih al-lafsiyah salah satu takiyat bi jam'il bayanat allati istahdamaha al-bahsul wa'i wa hiya mulahadah wal muqabalah wa tawthiq fi jam'il bayanat. Wajadal bahis mamarisat tajdidu nikah fi mujtama' al-Madinah Pekalongan allati tatanawwa'u al-ghurdu wa khalafu min tajdidu nikah wa min ghurdihim sababu iqamatil qalbi bisababin nikahil urfi nikahis sirri hatta ila mas'alatin farqi wali nikah fi aqdi tajdidu nikah. Suma ba'da yasirin minas sa'at wal ayyam bi ankana man jaddada aqdahu bi wali nasab fi baitihi ba'da yuqadu bi wali sultan awil hakim bil idarah as-su'unid diniyah atau KUA. Hadal bahas lijabah kaifa hukmu tajdidu nikah inda fiqhil madhhab Syafi'i wal qanuni rasmi fi Indonesia min anwa'il asbab. Idan farraqa illatul hikmi yahsulu an-natijah al-hukm al-ghair. Wa binata'idil muqasah istanati ila marisat tajdidu nikah fi Madinah Pekalongan hiya mas'alatun waqi'ah wal 'adah tab'an yang bagi ayu urafu hukmuhu min nahiyati fiqhi madhhab Syafi'i wal qanuni al-wad'i wal rasmi fi Indonesia wa inda fiqhi madhhab Syafi'i alladhi akhadahu wa i'tamadahu min al-mazhab tariq al-mujahid al-imam asy-Syafi'i wa ara'u ulama'i madhhab Syafi'i mithlu Ismail Zain wa Ibn Hajar al-Haytami wa Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani wa Zainuddin al-Malibari wa Abdurrahman bin Muhammad al-Masyuri wa Zakaria al-Ansari wa ara ulama'i ghairihim anna tajdidu nikahu jaiz wal makruh wal haram wal wajib ikhtalafa hukmuhu al-mutanawwiyah yusabbibu wa yubna al-ikhtilafat fi asbab ahdaf may yujaddidu an-nikah wa indal qaun rasmi di Indonesia yajuzu tajdidu nikah idza kana al-aqdu nikah la yutawaffaqu ma'al qanunin alladhi yajri fi Indonesia masalan bi annaman aqdan nikah alladhi lam yasra'hu al-qanun ar-rasmi.
Intahal waqt.
Syukran. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang berikutnya Pak Ahmad Bagus Surur. Sudah ada ya? Ada belum? Ya. Monggo Pak Surur.
Benar. Ya, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Halo.
Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih atas waktu yang diberikan kepada saya.
Arju an takuna al-lughah muwafiqatan lil bahsi. Idza kana bahsu siyadatuki bil lughah siyadatuka bil lughah al-injiliyah fa taqdimu al-bahs bil lughah al-injiliyah. Wa idza kana bil lughah al-arabiyyah fal lughah al-mustakhdamah aidan lughah al-arabiyyah. Hadi isyarah min lajnah An-Nadwah ya Pak Agus. Halo?
Thank you. Saya sampaikan lewat bahasa Indonesia. Ya, halo. Halo.
Ini ada catatan pesan dari panitia, katanya bahasa yang disampaikan dimohonkan sesuai dengan bahasa bahas atau artikel yang disubmitkan. Ketika submit menggunakan bahasa Inggris berarti presentasi menggunakan bahasa Inggris.
Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In present, title knowledge, culture and contemporary Muslim civilization factor proceed to downstanding and significant effort to be taken. I will be explore the development in knowledge in Muslim society in the classical and middle class sorry. By historian, the story of the rise and fall and civilization and the development of science is divided into three periods. First, the classical period, namely the years 9 period, the period from the emergence of Islam to the peak of its glory. Sorry, ini saya agak sedikit kalau dalam penyampaian mungkin terbiasa pakai bahasa Indonesia. Tidak apa-apa ya, saya pakai bahasa Indonesia ya. Melanggar sedikit ini. Yang mau saya sampaikan ini mengenai budaya pengetahuan dan budaya yang terkait dengan perkembangan pemikiran Muslim pada abad-abad dari 3 abad yang mungkin bisa kita sampaikan, yaitu yang pertama mengenai perkembangan peradaban pengetahuan yang bisa kita bagi menjadi 3 periode. Yang pertama periode klasik, kemudian periode pertengahan, dan periode modern sampai sekarang ini. Dari gambaran mengenai 3 periode ini, ternyata Islam ini menunjukkan hal-hal yang sangat signifikan, walaupun mungkin bagi kalangan tertentu ada semacam perdebatan mengenai kemunduran masa Islam. Tapi kami melihatnya justru perkembangan Islam itu sendiri dari tahun ke tahun mengalami minimal secara kuantitatif, dari segi kuantitatif pemeluknya itu semakin berkembang. Bahkan entah dipengaruhi oleh pemikiran masyarakat pada saat itu, ya baik terkait dengan ilmu pengetahuan yang mungkin juga bersimbiosis dengan pemikiran-pemikiran ilmu pengetahuan yang di luar orang bisa mengatakan agama maupun ilmu bukan agama, tetapi kenyataannya daerah tertentu ada perpaduan antara ilmu pengetahuan dengan ilmu agama. Nah, kita lihat misalnya kemajuan-kemajuan dalam ilmu pengetahuan dan peradaban masyarakat Islam klasik itu terjadi bersifat secara komunal dalam masyarakat itu. Yang diantaranya adalah karena mereka ini terpacu oleh salah satu hadis, ya, yaitu mengenai cinta terhadap ilmu pengetahuan.
Mohon maaf, Mas Nur, saya potong karena waktunya sudah intaha dan sesuai dengan yang sudah disampaikan waktu 5 menit. Terima kasih atas presentasinya. Jadi mohon kepada yang lain, arju minasadah al-bahisin al-mulahadhah bi tatbiq al-waqt al-mutah. Ada 5 menit, mohon bisa disampaikan poin-poin utama abstraknya. Mungkin bisa.
Oke, terima kasih, mohon maaf ya. Silakan terus.
Masalah metodologi, kemudian hasil. Itu insya Allah kalau kita patuh iltizam dengan abstrak, tidak lebih dari 5 menit bisa kita sampaikan. Terima kasih Pak Surur. Ini sudah 4 makalah yang dipresentasikan. Sekarang kita buka session tanya jawab dari hadirin yang ada di Zoom ataupun yang ada di ruang pasca sarjana. Silakan saya buka sesi pertanyaan. Ada enggak?
Kalau dari pemakalah sendiri boleh bertanya enggak?
Kenapa?
Dari pemakalah ini pemateri bisa bertanya kepada pemateri yang lain enggak?
Monggo, silakan.
Ya, kalau gitu saya mau tanya sama Pak Haji Agus Yahya ini yang sebetulnya juga ini saya tertarik dengan kasusnya yang kemarin juga beliau sampaikan itu tentang pernikahan. Saya lihat sepertinya ada seorang perempuan yang menikahkan dirinya sendiri itu Pak Agus. Betul apa tidak? Kemudian cara-cara tersebut bagaimana prosedur awalnya? Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih. Yang lain ada? Sebelum saya berikan ke Pak Agus Yahya untuk menjawab. Untuk jawaban ataupun respon dari pertanyaan atau tanggapan bisa menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Namun arahan atau catatan dari panitia dimohonkan kepada segenap presentator untuk menyampaikan makalahnya sesuai dengan bahasa yang dipakai di dalam makalah. Demikian itu. Ada yang lain selain Pak?
Ada, Pak.
Siapa ini? Monggo,
ya, Pak.
Pak Ahmad Suaid.
Ya,
Ahmad
Pak.
Sulaiman. Monggo, Pak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya mau menanyakan yang tadi pembawa makalah tentang Syiah dan Sunni, Pak.
Iya, monggo, Pak.
Nah, bagaimana pandangan dari Syiah dan Sunni ya, mengenai hadis Nabi tentang kullu ummati yadkhulunal jannah illa man aba. Itu aja Pak, terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Ini diajukan kepada presentator pertama Pak Muhammad Subhi Abdiantoro. Yang udah ya, cukup ya? Cukup ya, Pak. Untuk pertanyaan saya cukupkan. Kemudian saya persilakan Pak Gus Yahya dan Pak Muhammad Subhi untuk menjawab.
Baik Pak, mohon izin untuk respon nggih. Kebetulan paper yang kami tulis berkaitan dengan ayat-ayat Sunni Syiah tentang interpretasi makna khalifah di dalam Al-Quran. Sehingga untuk hadis man dakhalal jannah ila kullu ummati dakhalal jannah ila man aba, dengan segala hormat mohon maaf itu bukan ranah kajian paper kami, sehingga kami tidak memiliki wewenang untuk menjawab hal tersebut. Matur suwun Bapak, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Cukup jelas ya tadi Pak Ahmad Sulaiman ya atas jawabannya. Kemudian Pak Gus Yahya, silakan Pak untuk menanggapi pertanyaan Pak Surur.
Terima kasih. Syukran ala timamikum fi ana arkanan nikah ya khamsah az-zawj wa zawjah wal wali wa syahidai adlin wasirah. Aktu nikah bila waliyin panikahu batil. Al-hukmu an-nikah yaduru fi fikhil Imam Syafi'i yaduru fi ad-dustur al-Qur'an Indonesia. Idza kana al-abdu bila waliyin.
Untuk penjelasan bisa pakai bahasa Indonesia Pak.
Oh iya. Terima kasih. Apa yang disampaikannya ditanyakan oleh Bapak Dr. Surur ya. Bahwa saya belum tahu itu kasusnya ada di mana. Namun yang jelas bahwa adanya kompilasi hukum Islam itu adalah hasil dari kompromi dari pendapatnya Imam Mazhab 4.
Bagus, maaf. Itu yang kemarin di Kajian Sulawesi tuh saya lihatnya kok ada seorang perempuan yang menikahkan dirinya sendiri kalau nggak salah atau gimana itu Pak Agus?
Saya tidak tahu Pak. Jadi yang Kajian Sulawesi kemarin itu ada peserta ilegal. Peserta ilegal artinya tidak lewat pintu saya ketika dia mendaftar. Dan pada saat itu sudah akan kita usir, tapi karena takut terjadi kegaduhan sehingga kita biarkan. Nah sebetulnya seandainya dia nikah, jadi nikah di kasus sholat itu adalah nikah yang resmi. Nikah yang resmi artinya bahwa aturan-aturan hukum di dalam kompilasi maupun dalam fikih itu harus terpenuhi. Jadi kalau ada orang menikah dengan menikahkan sendiri seorang perempuan itu tidak sah, ya. Meskipun di pendapat Imam Malik bahwa al-mar'ah al-rasyidah itu sebetulnya bukan menikahkan sendiri, tapi dia bisa mencari wali sesuai yang dia inginkan. Jadi kalau menikah sendiri itu jelas tidak sesuai karena yang menikahkan harus wali nikahnya. Yang
ya, terima kasih. Cukup jelas Pak Agus atas jawabannya. Jadi itu sifatnya adalah oknum ya Pak Surur ya. Oknum yang mungkin kurang tepat ketika ditanyakan pada Pak Agus selaku pejabat berwenang di KUA. Karena itu sifatnya sangat-sangat subjektif dan oknum, sekali lagi tidak sesuai dengan syariat yang dikatakan oleh Pak Agus. Demikian, terima kasih atas pertanyaan dan jawabannya. Sedikit tambahan dari saya untuk presentasi yang kedua dan yang ketiga dan keempat ini lebih, bahkan yang pertama karena ini lebih bersifat teoritis dan dirosah al-maktabiyah ini akan sangat luas sekali jangkauannya karena tidak dibatasi dengan tempat atau waktu. Ini lebih mirip pada penyusunan ensiklopedia. Jadi kalau dibuat dalam bentuk makalah artikel yang disubmit ke dalam seminar internasional mungkin sangat kurang. Artinya apalagi tafsir Syiah, tafsir Sunni yang itu butuh referensi yang banyak sekali. Demikian dari saya. Untuk presentator selanjutnya Ibu Namiratun Saidah, Family Relations of Long Distance Marriage Couples, Obong Lecturer YIN Pekalongan. Disilakan pada Ibu Namiratun Saidah untuk menyampaikan makalahnya atau artikelnya dalam 5 menit.
Iya, yes. Halo, assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mandek set, Pak. Ini pakai bahasa Indonesia atau pakai bahasa Inggris, Pak?
Sesuai dengan makalah yang tulis, artikel yang disampaikan makalahnya.
Permisi izin share PPT-nya.
Silakan.
Oke, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Namiratun Saidah. I want to present the result of our research. Our research on family resilience in long distance marriage couple among YIN Pekalongan lecturer. Okay. Next, the background. Ideally, husband and wife live under one roof. However, it is not uncommon for husband and wife who have long distance relationship for various reasons. To keep the relationship between husband and wife running well and harmoniously, it takes strong resilience both in terms of physical, non-physical, socio-cultural, and spiritual aspect. Islam regulate marriage very carefully. If there is a dispute between husband and wife, it is also regulate how to overcome it. Marriage, according to Islamic law, is an agreement to justify the relationship with men and women in order to realize the happiness of family life that is overcome with peace and compassion in a way that is pleased with Allah. Law number 1 of 1924 reads, marriage is the inner bond between a man and a woman as a husband and wife with the aim of forming a happy and eternal family based on the supreme divinity of the supreme being. The hope of a couple who wants to get married is lasting and becomes a family that's as mentioned in Quran, Surah Ar-Rum, verse 21, that marriage will bring peace of life and foster compassion. Next, what's the definition of long distance marriage? Long distance marriage or LDM is a situation in which married couple are forced not to live under one roof. That is, being in a different place and a long distance, so that the possibility of meeting or gathering with family is very next, LDM can also be interpreted as the state of a married couple where physically separated, namely one partner must leave the house for a long time, while the other remains at home. Then, in law number 52 of 2009, mentioned family relation is the dynamic condition of a family that has tenacity and toughness and contain material, physical, and mental, spiritual abilities to live independently and develop themselves and their families to live harmoniously.
Mohon maaf,
Ya.
saya potong. Ini waktunya sudah habis. Jadi sekali lagi saya sampaikan untuk presentasi di sesi ini bisa menyebutkan abstrak yang itu terdiri dari 4 komponen. Latar belakang masalah pertama, yang kedua rumusan masalah, yang ketiga metodologi, dan yang keempat hasil dari yang ditulis atau yang diteliti. Ini ketika kita iltizam patuh pada 4 komponen ini tidak lebih dari 5 menit bisa kita gunakan dengan baik. Sekian, terima kasih dari saya. Sekali lagi mohon yang berikutnya untuk bisa mematuhi apa yang sudah disampaikan. Berikutnya ini
mohon maaf, terima kasih.
Makalah mustarokah, yaitu Pak Dedang Rohendi, Pak Ihya Ulumuddin, dan Pak Nadirsyah Abdul Jabbar. Sudah ada ya, ini ya, Pak Dedang.
Mewujud, ya Ustaz.
Ya, betul.
Background-nya si Aitus ternyata.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukran ya Ustaz. Ismi Nadirsyah Abdul Jabbar wa ikhwani Dedang Rohendi wa Ihya Ulumuddin. Natakallamu bil lughatil arabiyyah bil lughatil indonesia fi mabhasi prophetic communication approach to strengthening family relation during of the COVID-19 pandemic. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Komunikasi between family members is husband and wife, parent and children are very important, especially in the era of the COVID-19 pandemic, with the policy and the preventing and the transmission of COVID-19, requiring of to be at home alone. It means the family member catering are increasing. The opportunity to communication within family is very with the opening. There will be bad if we wrong and in approach and communication working in the family. This study aims to explain how family communication must be carried out in the adaptation to COVID-19 pandemics. The research is table of research quality and using the literature study method as data collection. Family is the best building protection society. Family is the best place for every human being, but with the COVID-19 pandemic, it has even become the best place to face the COVID-19 pandemic with all its rage. Even a scary place inside. Prophetic communication is a broad and effective family communication model in an effort to strengthen family resilience in the mid-end pandemic. COVID-19 is this disaster and will uncommon paradigm in prophetic communication in the family and the face of this pandemic is bed of the pillar. Among this, number 1, humanism atau amar ma'ruf. Next, mutual recognition, advin and ta'awun, and mutual cooperation. Second, liberation, yaitu nahi mungkar, is empowerment and enthusiasm, the risk and effort and obligation, and not disciple and fire. And that transcendency atau tu'minu billah is passion, trust, and security and prayer. Are from Allah and return to Allah. Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Syukran, ya Ustaz. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Syukran ala taqdimihi li hadhihi al-maqalah wal maqalah taliyah sayulqiha ahadu as-salasa Imam Sujoko au Abdul Ghani au Ahmad Mujahid. Yang berikutnya akan disampaikan oleh salah satu dari 3 penulis, Pak Imam Sujoko, Pak Abdul Ghani atau Pak Ahmad Mujahid. Ada salah satu atau salah duanya dipersilahkan menyampaikan makalah sesuai dengan bahasa yang ditulis. Terima kasih.
Mohon maaf Pak, apakah ada yang terlewat? Sepertinya di rundown kok makalah saya terlebih dahulu gitu.
Nanti setelah ini aja enggak apa-apa Pak.
Mohon maaf. Saya salah. Ya, Pak Royan dulu, Royan Mahmuda dulu ya. Bisa ditampilkan ya Pak ya. Papernya atau PPT-nya. Tampilkan di situ.
Ini belum bisa screen sharing ini Pak. Host disable participant screen sharing.
Sudah. Ini. Silakan coba.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Mr. Moderator and all participants in this venue. I'm Ryan Mahmuda from Pemalang. I will present my article titled "The Urgency of Family Resistance to Children in Conflict with the Law" at Papas kelas 2 Pekalongan. The background of this research, it is caused by the absence of research to specifically discuss the relationship between family resilience and children in conflict with the law, especially in Pekalongan Papas. From this background, the research of question is, what is the relationship between family resilience and child crime? And the research purpose, this study aims to analyze the importance of the relationship between the concept of family resilience and children in conflict with the law at the Bapas kelas 2 Pekalongan. The method of research, data collection technique, based review, lives and semi-structure, interview with qualitative approach, and the data source based of buku number 11 tahun 2012 atau dikenal dengan Undang-Undang Perlindungan Anak, Sistem Peradilan Pidana Anak, and interview with Kepala Bimbingan Klien Anak Bapas kelas 2 Pekalongan. the analytical technique, analyzing the data using the relationship between the concept of family resilience and children in conflict law. Regulation of children conflict in Indonesia. First, law number 11 of 2012. Second, government regulation number 65 of 2015. Third, Mahkamah Agung regulation number 4 of 2014. Fourth, prosecutor regulation number 6 of 2015. And chief of police regulation number 8 of 2018. Several factors that cause children to commit crimes. First, lack of parental supervision of children's interaction in everyday life. Second, the busyness of parents in meeting economic needs cause children to not get enough attention. Third, the family's economic limitation cause children not to continue their education and hang out with people who are not the same age. Fourth, parental quarrels that make children uncomfortable with the condition of their family so that they when their emotion into relationships that are not right and good. And the concept of resilience in the family includes, namely, first, physical resilience, economic stability, the ability to manage the psychology of each individual family, and the family's ability to adapt to social and cultural. And the recommendation of this article, the recommendation to overcome this problem are to strengthen families on the importance of caring for and educating children, so that they don't commit or fall into criminal acts, by cooperating with other agencies such as village official, the Ministry of Women and Child Protection, and other organizations, both public and private. Maybe that's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, terima kasih atas presentasinya. Ini yang ke-7 ya. Yang ke-8 sekarang satu lagi sebelum nanti kita buka forum pertanyaan atau tanya jawab. Yang berikutnya fulfillment of livelihood in Islamic law. Makalah yang merupakan kolaborasi 3 mahasiswa KKI, Pak Imam Sujoko, Pak Abdul Ghani, dan Pak Ahmad Mujahid. Silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. My name is Imam Sujoko. My title is Fulfillment of Livelihood in Islamic Law in Family Resistance. A valid marriage contract treated right and obligation between a husband and wife. Among the obligation of the husband, which is the wife's most important rights, is the obligation to provide a living, either in the form of food, clothing, or a place to live together. The meaning of spending or financing the word nafkah means cost. In the big Indonesian dictionary, a living is a husband's income that must be given to his wife, while in Islamic law, the word sustenance can be interpreted as a living expense, which are the right of the wife and children in terms of food, clothing, and shelter, as well as some other basic needs, even if a wife is a rights woman. From some of these definitions, it can be concluded that a person obligation to provide a living to those who are intended to receive it, such as a husband is obligated to pay a living to his wife. Children and even the main income given is aimed at meeting basic needs in household life, namely food, clothing, and shelter. The obligation to provide living is given according to their abilities. This can be adjusted according to the needs and abilities of each to suit their circumstance and standard of living. As for yourself, Islam recommended that living for yourself should take precedence over living for others. It is not justified if oneself suffers because he prioritizes living for others, support for others because of marital relation and kinship. The wife is sick and does not want to be at home with her husband, but if she is willing to live with her husband, she still has the right to earn a living. If the wife violates the professed or religious prohibition relation to the life of husband and wife. If the wife is nusus, the wife is no longer carrying out her obligation as a wife. Parent sustains for this child does as a well-off child obligated to provide a living for his parent. Then a well-off parent is also obligated to provide a living for the child. If a child is in a state of emergency, still small and poor, children who are poor and unable to work, the child is unreasonable.
Terima kasih Pak Imam Joko, mohon maaf saya potong karena sudah habis waktu yang tersedia sesuai dengan tadi yang disampaikan, biar ada pemerataan. Tadi 5 menit, sekarang juga 5 menit selesai ya. Mohon maaf Pak Imam Joko. Dari 4 presentasi tadi, apakah ada pertanyaan? Sekarang saya buka tanya jawab atau tanggapan atau taklik kalau ada. Ada? Bisa dari peserta yang ada di Zoom, bisa yang ada di pasca sarjana, atau bisa dari antar presentator. Kalau nggak ada, perkenankan saya memberikan sedikit catatan. Pertama, catatan kepada presentator kelima, Ibu Namirotus Saktia, dengan judul Family Relations of Long Distance Marriage Couples upon Lecture IAIN Pekalongan. Mohon diperhatikan karena saya juga diberi mandat untuk mereview tulisan makalah yang masuk. Ini saya lihat dari LBM, latar belakang masalah yang menjadi kajian ini masih lemah karena tidak menyebutkan kondisi real objek yang diteliti, yaitu dosen-dosen IAIN Pekalongan yang mengalami pernikahan jarak jauh. Kira-kira itu. Tadi tidak saya tangkap adanya penyebutan dosen-dosen di kalangan IAIN Pekalongan yang menjalani pernikahan jarak jauh, karena judulnya ini kalau saya pahami family relations of long distance, ketahanan keluarga, pasangan, pernikahan jarak jauh, ya. Among lecturer IAIN Pekalongan, di kalangan dosen IAIN Pekalongan. Ini berarti sudah mengkerucut, artinya terbatas pada objeknya itu pada dosen IAIN Pekalongan yang mengalami atau yang menjalani pernikahan jarak jauh, tapi pada LBM-nya tidak saya temukan. Kemudian yang kedua, catatan kepada makalah atau artikel kelompok ke-6, Pak Dadang Rohendi, Pak Yahya Ulumuddin, dan Nadirsyah. Prophetic communication approach to strengthening family relations during the COVID-19. Atau yang saya pahami, pendekatan komunikasi profetik untuk penguatan ketahanan keluarga di masa pandemi. Ini judulnya masih terlalu lebar, tidak fokus pada objek tertentu yang akan diteliti. Jadi akan lebih baik ketika ini fokus pada suatu makalah, suatu keluarga di daerah, suatu daerah atau apa, karena ini contohnya apa di daerah Panjang atau daerah Terapi atau daerah mana. Ini akan lebih fokus ketika itu disebutkan dalam dul. Kemudian yang ketujuh, catatan saya untuk makalah Pak Royan Mahmuda, the urgency of family resistance to children in conflict with the law at Bapas kelas 2 Pekalongan. Atau kira-kira maksudnya urgensi perlawanan keluarga terhadap anak yang berkonflik dengan hukum di Badan Pemasyarakatan kelas 2 Pekalongan. Ini juga
Pak, itu resilience Pak maksudnya Pak. Bukan resisten, resilience. Maksudnya resilience, mungkin saya salah ketik mungkin.
Resisten
Ketahanan keluarga maksud saya Pak.
Oh, ketahanan keluarga.
Betul.
Nah, ya, yang saya catat itu LBM-nya tidak mengandung novelty, artinya tema-tema yang kebaruan. Jadi kalau kita tadi mencermati paparan dari narasumber dari luar, itu semuanya tema-tema yang terupdate. Jadi mengkerucut pada suatu bahasan tertentu. Sementara tema yang ada di sini LBM-nya saya lihat kurang mengena. Itu aja, itu hanya catatan saya. Kemudian yang ke-8 untuk makalah kelompok Pak Imam Sujoko dan teman-teman, fulfillment of livelihood in Islamic law, atau kira-kira pahaman saya, pemenuhan mata pencaharian dalam hukum Islam. Ini cakupannya terlalu lebar, jadi tidak dibatasi. Ini seolah-olah akan membuat suatu mausu'ah atau ensiklopedia yang bahannya sangat banyak. Jadi istilahnya akan menjelaskan binatang. Nah, ini mungkin perlu dibatasi lagi. Ala kulli hal itu. Apakah ada tanggapan respon dari yang lain atau dari presenter sendiri?
Cukup Pak.
Cukup ya. Berikutnya tinggal 3 yang belum, yaitu 4 ya. Bu Musyarofah, Bu Dewinda Asokawati, Pak Ahmad Juman Romdani, kemudian Lulu Bani Saidah, dan Ahmad Ihsanuddin. Sudah ada ya, ini ya. Silakan, saya persilakan dulu dari Bu Musyarofah untuk menyampaikan papernya, Halal Profit and Family Welfare.
Syukran Ustaz.
Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I will present about halal prosperity and family welfare. Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala comment in the Quran that humans eat halal and good food. Substance that halalan thayyiban is halal with good intention, namely both in substancy, acquisition, and management. While thayyiban means useful and good. Welfare is an important aspect of overall human quality. Effort to improve the quality of human life in relation to improving family welfare is not an easy matter. Barrier to improving the quality of human resource in the family contain more qualitative content, both from external and internal factor of the family institution itself. The prosperous family that it will aim to develop the quality of the family so that a sense of security, peace and hope, peace and hope for a good future can arise and realizing physical and spiritual well-being. Sustenance is all gift from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala in the form of wealth, food, drink, health, shelter, health, faith, honor, and knowledge. In fact, all gift both physical of spiritual, material, spiritual, both worldly and hereafter. Families that can meet the existing indicator, namely the indicator used to achieve the level of a prosperous family, such as what is the goal of Sharia, can be said to have achieved prosperity because B, including the element of human self, raising and that can in this model will enable the creation of a balanced fulfillment of all human needs. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, terima kasih Bu Musarofah.
Sukses, alhamdulillah Bu.
Bu Dewinda Asokawati. Silakan. Silakan Bu.
Yeah. Thank you for the time. I will share screen my PPT. Okay, my title is the role of parents in reduce early marriage and divorce in Buddhist village, Kandang Serang district. Early marriage is marriage that is carried out of respective groom and woman, one or both whom are engaged. The age limit for marriage is determined by law number 1 of 1970, Marriage Law, Article 7, Paragraph 1, which explains that men are allowed to marry if they have reached 19 years of age and women are 16 years old, which is shown in law number 60 of 2019. It's stated in Article 6 that the bride and groom can marry if they are 19 years old. The practice of child marriage is still widespread in Chile, in villages and a big cities. People under the age of 16 years and 90 years for boys. According to UNICEF data, in the case of child marriage, Indonesia ranks 7 in the world and the second highest. PPS data stated that girls in Indonesia who have been married under the age of 18 reached 70% in 2016. This means that 1 of 7 women under 90 in Indonesia is married. The practice of child marriage often refers to proposed marriage to Aisyah when she was 6 years old. This also happened in Buddhist village, Kandang Serang district, Pekalongan Regency. 60 of the community only finished junior high school, where this junior high school is located in the village of Buddha itself. The lack of education makes it difficult for them to find decent job and eventually choose to marry young, even though they themselves are still not ready to face domestic life, so that their marriage was not more than 5 years and divorce. This is the importance of parental guidance to monitor to further as foster in early marriage and divorce. What this discussion here is about marriage under the age of 2021, which causes several problems, especially regarding the vulnerability of maternal and child mortality. After counting the total number of 1,443 people from 2035, for people in the village of Buddhas, more than 60% of Buddhist villagers discriminate under the age of 21, which should be at the age they still have to get the right to school, just like children in the world. Regarding divorce every year, there are 3 different individual villages either prefer to live together but are not like husband and wife due to like economy.
Ya, terima kasih Bu. Mohon maaf saya potong karena waktunya sudah habis 5 menit sama dengan yang lain. Yang selanjutnya nomor 11 Mbak Lulu Bani Saidah. Sudah ada ya? Silakan Bu.
Mbak Saidah di unmute, unmute-nya dipencet.
Ini kok nggak ada suaranya ya? Mbak.
Mbak Saidah di klik unmute.
Bibirnya gerak-gerak, tapi nggak ada suaranya ini. Woi, Mbak. Mbak Saidah, Mbak Lulu, mohon maaf suaranya malah nggak ada nih gambarnya juga. Nggak dengar.
Diklik unmute, Mbak.
Belum kedengaran Mbak suaranya Mbak. Mohon maaf Mbak. Ya. Mungkin headsetnya yang error Mbak. Diganti atau nggak usah pakai headset Mbak. Pakainya WA Mbak biasanya Mbak. Mohon maaf Pak ya, ini supaya untuk mempersingkat waktu, mohon Mbak Saidah menyiapkan dulu headset alternatif pengganti karena kemungkinan diduga headsetnya error. Saya langkahi dengan berikutnya Pak Ahmad Ihsanuddin, sudah ada ya? Sebenarnya enggak ada. Karena ada kesamaan judul dengan yang lain.
Halo, assalamualaikum. Cek.
Mbak.
Assalamualaikum, sudah bisa Pak?
Ya nanti ini tadi tunggu lama.
Oh iya maaf.
Ya. Pak Ahmad Ihsanuddin. Pak Ahmad Ihsanuddin dulu. Untuk Mbak Lulu silakan dites nanti ya setelah Pak Ihsan.
Iya Pak.
Pak Ahmad Ihsanuddin silakan.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, I will present my paper and the title, the utilization of social media as a trend of Islamic educators in the digital era. The inclusion, digital era is where social media user can quickly reach access. This fast access is scaled viral. This factor makes Islamic educator try to use social media to convey the dakwah to their students. The use of this media is more up to date and more effective than other media. When the educational institution of SDIT Ulul Albab in Kalongan seeks to actualize the message above to provide religious information through social media to its students by using social media, Facebook and Instagram. The total number of teacher and student in the institution meet thousands of fans. On the method, this study uses a descriptive, qualitative research approach with triangular data collection. The object of this research is the social media account of SDIT Ulul Albab Kalongan. This research approach is called a qualitative descriptive approach. Result and discussion. The use of social media, such as Instagram and Facebook, can display videos and photos clearly and store them at any time. So Islamic educators using Facebook and Instagram media as media in conveying Islamic educational value Arsen is very effective. As a media for dakwah, the Instagram account of SDIT Ulul Albab Kalongan can make it easier for students or friends to access lectures or information. In posting these lectures, there are many positive responses from the community, even in their comment until some parents access them. Guardians of student. The conclusion, the author can conclude that the use of social media in dakwah media to student and alumni has a positive response and conveys message. That's all general audience can accept, both student and their parents. SDIT Ulul Albab seeks to actualize the message above to provide religious information through social media to the public. Through Facebook and Instagram with thousands of fans. Thus, there is no doubt of social media profits fat space. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, berikutnya saya persilakan Mbak Lulu Nadirsyah untuk menyampaikan makalahnya.
Ya, Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lulu Saida. In here, I want to explain our people with Mr. Slamet Untung. In the title, the existence of organizational culture in Islamic education. Each organization has its own culture and is specific because each organization has a distinctive personality and can be the strength of each organization. Each organization has its own culture that is characteristic of an organization. The culture of an organization plays an important role in the organization because a good culture will be able to provide comfort, which then support the improvement of the performance of its members. Conversely, organizational culture that is not good or that is not in accordance with the personnel members will trigger a decline in the performance of each member. The process of forming organizational culture. Organizational culture is essentially a group phenomenon. Therefore, formed co-organization culture can be spread from group support and formed in a long time. The formation of organizational culture also involves leaders
or leaders top manager will strictly apply to vision, mission, and values of the organization to its members so that in a certain time it becomes a habit and is used as a reference by all members to act and behave. Leadership plays a role in strengthening and changing organizational culture because first, founders and leaders become role models in maintaining organizational culture. In influence of the founder and leader through his example will strengthen the organizational culture. Second, the reward system is adjusted to the organization's culture values. Thus, every member of organizational knows clearly the behavior that brings appreciation. Is in accordance with or in line with the prevailing culture progress in the community. 4. The selection and outreach process refers to the needs of the organizational. Prospective workers chosen are those who have values that are in line with organizational culture. The formation of culture according to Stephen illustrated in following scheme. Philosophy of the founder of the organization become selected criteria, top management, and then socialization become organizational culture. And then values contained in organizational culture. Each group emphasizes people focus, unit integration, control, risk tolerance, reward criteria, conflict tolerance, means and orientation, open system focus. And benefit of organizational culture. First, up to 10 years respond to the development of the outside world. And concluding remarks in this paper, this study shows that organizational culture is a very including educational organization. This is understandable considering the values contained in organizational culture have benefits that are needed by every organization. Islamic education, with its educational institution such as Madrasah, is an organization whose progress and decline is determined by the organizational culture that it runs. Islamic education, with its educational institution, will progress and develop when the organization has a strong organizational culture. On the other hand, Islamic education, with its educational institution, will retreat and even die when the organization has a weak organizational culture. A strong organizational culture must also be supported by a strong commitment from its implementers. Enough. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih atas presentasinya Mbak Lulu Bani Saidah. Adakah yang berkenan untuk memberikan catatan, tanggapan, pertanyaan pada 4 presenter terakhir ini dari hadirin baik yang ada di Zoom ataupun yang ada di ruang pasca sarjana? Ini sebelumnya saya sampaikan satu makalah yang berjudul Improving Students Application Ability Through Contextual Learning Approach in Students of MTS Al-Amiriyah berdasarkan seleksi dari panitia. Ini belum bisa dipresentasikan karena ada kemiripan judul dengan makalah lain di venue yang lain. Makanya pesan dari panitia ini untuk dipending dulu judul yang tadi saya sebutkan. Ada tanggapan enggak atau pertanyaan? Kalau tidak ada, perkenankan saya menyampaikan tanggapan sekaligus closing statement ya. Ini berdasarkan ajaran atau nasihat yang diberikan oleh promotor saya S3 dulu, bahwasanya beliau mengatakan man za'ama annahu takallama anil asya fa innahu la yatakallam an syai'in wahid. Barang siapa yang mengklaim dirinya membahas tentang banyak hal, maka hakikatnya sejatinya dia tidak membahas satupun dari masalah yang ditulisnya itu. Ini barangkali bisa kita temukan atau bisa menjadi evaluasi kita ketika judul yang kita angkat terlalu lebar, maka itu bisa membuyarkan konsentrasi kita dalam memutuskan atau menemukan novelty yang itu mestinya ada dalam setiap latar belakang masalah. Ada beberapa judul di situ yang saya temukan judulnya itu luas sehingga tidak terbatas apa yang sebenarnya akan dibahas. Ini tadi saya teringat dengan wejangan dari guru saya tadi itu, man takallama man za'ama annahu takallama an asya fa innahu la yatakallam an syai'in wahid. Yang mengklaim banyak membahas tentang banyak hal, maka tidak membahas satupun dari masalah itu karena tidak fokus. Sementara ini yang sudah kelihatan fokus objek yang akan dibahas itu ternyata dalam paparan LDM masih ada beberapa yang tidak mencantumkan realita data dokumen atau kenyataan yang ada pada objek itu, sehingga kurang mengena dalam novelty yang mestinya itu ada dalam setiap latar belakang masalah. Demikian dari saya. Kalau memang tidak ada yang ditanyakan atau ditanggapi dari 4 makalah terakhir, maka saya ajukan sekian dan mohon maaf atas kekurangan atau hal-hal yang kurang berkenan di hati Bapak Ibu sekalian, khususnya yang ada di forum Zoom ataupun yang ada di pasca sarjana. Terima kasih banyak atas segala perhatian dan saya bukan dengan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
gentlemen, the last agenda is going to be closing ceremony. Before the ceremony, we are pleased to announce best papers and best presenters of ICIS 2021. For the best paper category, the third best paper, it goes to Mr. Ahmad Tubagus Surur and Mr. Ahmad Anas. Congratulations. And the second best paper, it goes to Miss Diah Nurul Fitriati, Miss Nurul Hakimah, and Miss Lilis Mulkiawati. Congratulations. And the first best paper of ICIS 2021, it goes to Mr. Muhammad Subhi Apriantoro. Congratulations. Meanwhile, we come to the best presenter category. For the venue one, the best presenter goes to Miss Lulu Bani Saada. Congratulations. For venue 2, the best presenter goes to Abdul Ghaffar. Congratulations. And for the venue 3, the best presenter goes to Siska Fadila and Miss Milhatus Saifa. Give applause to them. And the last one for the fourth venue, the best presenter goes to Salsabila. Congratulations to all of them.
Al-Barnamijul Tali yani Al-Kalimatil Akhirah ila Al-Ustad Ad-Duktur Mahfur karena idil awal bil Jami'ah Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Pekalongan falyatafaddal alaihi mashkuran.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite the Vice Rector for Academic and Institutional Affairs, Professor Dr. Mahfur, IAIN Pekalongan, to give his concluding remark. Professor, the stage is to you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wabihi nasta'in ala umri dunya waddin. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Alhamdulillah kita bisa ketemu. Saya ucapkan kepada Mas Fahri ya, thank you very much, and for Mbak Amrina Rosada, I love you full. Ya, I'm sorry, automatical without thinking. Moderatornya sangat apa ya? Ini MC-nya sangat menginspirasi dan luar biasa dari awal sampai akhir, tetap fighting ya, tetap mantap. Tentu acara ini sangat inspiratif dan sejak awal Prof. Ade, kemudian Pak Rektor, dan juga para narasumber kita, baik di sesi panel maupun di sesi paralel, telah memberikan inspirasi-inspirasi yang sangat luar biasa dan juga pengayaan dalam studi Islam kekinian, ya, di era kontemporer ini. Saya tentu sangat tertarik dengan tema yang diusung di dalam konferensi internasional ya, virtual ya, internasional virtual ini, meskipun sebetulnya yang kedua itu ya Bu Wadir ya, tetapi ini saya kira menjadi momentum bagi kita dengan tema yang sangat menarik, religion and global innovation, rethinking of spiritual contribution to develop harmony and living resilience. Tema ini tentu penuh dengan makna, dan yang paling pokok tentunya adalah pertanyaan mendasar sivitas akademika Islam kita, termasuk di IAIN kita, mampukah Islam menjawab perubahan-perubahan zaman, ya, perubahan-perubahan teknologi, perubahan-perubahan persoalan global yang begitu cepat. Ya. Ini bagaimana Islam merespon itu? Apakah produk-produk keilmuan yang ditelurkan oleh ilmuwan-ilmuwan Islam itu masih tetap applicable, tetap kontekstual, dan tetap relevan menghadapi masalah-masalah. Ya, ini saya kira menjadi persoalan pertanyaan pentingnya, karena di konferensi inilah semua hasil pemikiran terkait dengan studi Islam yang mampu menjawab persoalan-persoalan tadi, isunya ya berbagai macam isu, saya kira ya, ada konteksnya bagaimana religion studies, interreligious studies, kemudian juga SDGs. Tentu ini juga perkembangan SDGs ini kan banyak para pakar yang menganggap sebagai mitos-mitos yang sengaja diciptakan oleh para ilmuwan, ya, para ilmuwan. Jadi ya, MDGs, SDGs itu sebetulnya adalah mitos-mitos baru, agama-agama baru yang berusaha dijadikan sebagai target kajian, sebagai bagian dari harapan-harapan para ilmuwan untuk menyelesaikan masalah ini. Ya, ini saya kira kontribusi penting di dalam forum International Conference ini ingin memikirkan kembali bagaimana agama berkontribusi, aspek spiritual berkontribusi terhadap ini kata kunci harmoni, ya, living. Ini menjadi poin penting di saat banyak ilmuwan yang sudah sedemikian dahsyat mengembangkan kajian-kajian keilmuannya. Nah, misalnya dalam salah satu hasil riset, meskipun ini riset sejarah, Homodius, A Brief History of Tomorrow. Nah, sang penulis mulai menggugat tatanan-tatanan baru. Jadi kalau selama ini kajian Islam itu hanya bagaimana merespon masalah-masalah teknologi, masalah-masalah yang dianggap profan, ya, masalah-masalah isu pluralisme, isu globalisasi, kemudian gerakan civil society, kemudian juga masalah demokrasi, human rights, dan seterusnya. Tetapi ya, kajian-kajian terkini sudah mulai, ilmuwan-ilmuwan sekarang sudah mulai mempertanyakan, bisakah kehadiran sains atau ilmuwan-ilmuwan itu menciptakan ini immortality, keabadian. Ini yang berusaha dikaji oleh para ilmuwan sekarang, ya. Jadi tidak lagi masalah cloning, masalah COVID. Ini masalah COVID itu sebetulnya sudah apa ya? Sudah dianggap sebagai sesuatu yang usang. Kalau berbicaranya adalah relasi agama dan sains, ya, itu sudah dianggap usang. Sekarang orang sudah mulai bagaimana immortalitas, jadi keabadian usia manusia, ya, bagaimana mengatur agar seseorang itu takdir kehidupannya bisa mencapai 500 tahun ke depan. Ini bagaimana kematian itu tidak pernah terjadi. Ini yang apa ya? Yang sedang digarap oleh para ilmuwan-ilmuwan sekarang. Ya, termasuk juga kebahagiaan. Mereka ingin, karena seperti halnya agama. Agama itu kan juga kalau kita berdoa gitu kan, Robbana atina fid dunya hasanah, kebaikan. Nah, kebaikan-kebaikan yang kita ciptakan itu kan muaranya adalah lisa'adati dunya wal akhirah, untuk mencapai kebahagiaan. Nah, cuma persoalannya kan tidak ada kebahagiaan abadi yang basisnya materi, itu tidak ada lah. Bagaimana Islam menjawab masalah ini? Ya, Islam menjawab masalah ini. Jadi saya kira uang, status sosial, mungkin juga kekuasaan dan seterusnya, operasi plastik yang diagung-agungkan oleh kaum Hawa, kaum perempuan, ini ternyata tidak dengan sendirinya bisa mendatangkan kebahagiaan. Nah, itu yang sekarang sedang digarap oleh para ilmuwan ya. Dan bagaimana kita memposisikan agama. Jadi saya kira konteks religion and global innovation ini menjadi relevan di saat para ilmuwan sudah tidak lagi mengungkit-ungkit relasi agama dan negara, tetapi sudah memasuki pada wilayah-wilayah yang selama ini kita anggap sebagai aib. Kita anggap ilmu pengetahuan sudah tidak lagi mampu menerobos. Jadi kalau berbicara kematian, itu tentu kita akan berhenti, karena itu dianggap sebagai otoritas Allah, otoritas Tuhan. Nah, tentu anggapan seperti ini bisa dianggap benar, tentu dengan perspektif, ya, perspektif, tentu dengan cara pandang. Nah, kajian-kajian tadi yang disuguhkan oleh para teman-teman, saya kira sangat horizon kajiannya sangat luas, baik dari sisi wilayah maupun dari sisi metodologi. Ya. Ada yang tentu monodisiplin, ya, monodisiplin, tetapi juga ada multidisiplin, mengkaitkan antara ilmu-ilmu keislaman dengan metodologi-metodologi tertentu, dan juga dengan bantuan disiplin ilmu humaniora, bahkan natural science dan seterusnya. Nah, tentu di forum ini ke depan perlu kita perkuat. Jadi persoalan-persoalan yang kita hadapi sekarang tentu tidak bisa selesai dengan ilmu-ilmu keislaman ansih. Ya, jadi studi Islam meniscayakan keragaman perspektif, ya. Mengkaji satu persoalan dengan multidisiplin, ya, interdisipliner, cross disiplin, bahkan juga transdisipliner. Ini menjadi keharusan, ya, menjadi keharusan. Kalau kita berbicara tatanan dunia sekarang ini kan, ya, tatanan global itu kan diatur oleh 3 kelompok, ya. Moneter, kemudian politik kekuasaan, dan juga agama. Nah, ini agama ternyata sampai sekarang juga memiliki peran yang penting dalam konteks perdamaian dunia. Tadi yang dibahas oleh Prof. Manto misalnya juga isunya tentang bagaimana relasi antar umat beragama dalam sebuah komunitas multicultural. Ini juga relevan, ya, relevan dengan. Jadi kelompok-kelompok 3 kelompok inilah yang akan mengatur percaturan dunia. Kelompok moneter, ya, kelompok keuangan, ya. Jadi kelompok keuangan ini yang menyetir kehidupan di dunia ini begitu. Termasuk juga kaum politisi. Kaum politisi juga memegang peran penting. Nah, 3 kelompok ini agamawan, politisi, dan juga moneter ini memiliki peran yang penting. Cuma masing-masing tentu memiliki catatan, ya. Politisi itu memiliki keterbatasan di dalam melakukan kebaikan-kebaikan, ya. Tetapi unlimited dalam konteks kejahatan. Jadi kebijakan-kebijakan yang diambil oleh kaum politisi ini seringkali tidak based on kemaslahatan umat ya, tetapi lebih banyak pada kepentingan, termasuk juga kaum Monash ini juga ingin selalu memperoleh kekayaan, ingin selalu memperoleh materi-materi yang banyak dan seterusnya. Nah, peran agamawan inilah yang mestinya bisa menjadi kendali ya, menjadi kontrol terhadap jalannya kehidupan ya. Meskipun juga ada ahli yang mengatakan bahwa Tuhan, kemudian human right, keadilan itu pada dasarnya adalah collective imagination ya. Hanya imajinasi kolektif ya, hanya imajinasi kolektif. Ini tentu tantangan-tantangan bagi kita, bagi para agamawan untuk merumuskan kajian-kajian keislaman yang berdasarkan pada kebutuhan masyarakat global yang sekarang isunya SDGs ya. Di situ bagaimana kemiskinan bisa ditekan serendah-rendahnya, bagaimana kelaparan tidak terjadi, pola hidup sehat, pendidikan yang berkualitas. Kenapa pendidikan ini menjadi kata kunci tersendiri dalam konteks SDGs? Karena pendidikan ini dianggap sebagai energi atau strategi yang paling ampuh untuk meningkatkan kualitas hidup seseorang ya, termasuk kesetaraan gender, air bersih, industri, inovasi dan infrastruktur. Dan yang tentu yang lebih krusial ke depan, bahkan ancaman terdepan kehidupan manusia itu tidak lagi pandemi seperti COVID-19 ya, tetapi oleh para ahli bahwa ke depan tantangan manusia yang paling berbahaya adalah perubahan iklim ya, perubahan iklim. Dan isu-isu tentang tadi harmoni, tentang resiliensi, kemudian juga tentang bagaimana kita bertahan hidup dalam berbagai situasi, itu menjadi hal Halo, terima kasih. Mohon maaf. Sudah bisa didengar?
Bisa, Prof.
Ya. Jadi isu-isu kelaparan, kemiskinan dan seterusnya memang banyak juga penduduk di dunia ini yang mengalami itu. Tetapi fakta menunjukkan bahwa kematian itu justru terbanyak karena obesitas. Jadi ini apa? Artinya apa? Bahwa bukan kelaparan, tetapi justru kemakmuran dan bahkan pada tingkat keserakahan itulah yang menjadi penyebab, menjadi pembunuh paling utama. Jadi kalau data di beberapa tahun terakhir, kalau teroris, kemudian penyakit-penyakit bencana itu mungkin bisa membuat bisa membunuh 7.000 umat manusia, tetapi obesitas data di lapangan itu sudah menunjukkan 3 juta. Jadi kalau kematian karena teroris, karena penyakit dan seterusnya itu maksimal hanya 7.000-an ya. Tetapi kalau obesitas ini kita tahu penyebabnya ya karena pasukan makanan yang berlebihan ya, itu justru mencapai 3 juta ya, mencapai 3 juta. Termasuk juga fakta minuman-minuman seperti Coca-Cola ini di Amerika, di Eropa itu justru menjadi ancaman yang paling mematikan dibanding misalnya Al-Qaeda atau ISIS. McD juga begitu, dianggap sebagai makanan-makanan yang membahayakan bagi kelangsungan hidup manusia. Jadi tentunya hal ini menjadi agenda besar bagi kajian-kajian keislaman ke depan, tidak lagi cukup dengan monodisiplin, tetapi setiap persoalan harus didekati dengan berbagai macam masalah ya, berbagai macam masalah. Kita harus mengikuti perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan ya. Kita dari sisi sains bahwa kematian menurut para ilmuwan itu bisa dikontrol, usia manusia juga begitu, tetapi tentu agama juga punya kendali ya, punya kendali. Karena itu kalau orang-orang modern ilmuwan sekarang itu ingin menciptakan keabadian, membuat bahwa kebahagiaan itu tidak pernah pudar, dan itulah sesungguhnya kita beragama ya. Lisa ada. Ini jadi kalau dalam slogan para psikolog itu kan happiness begin within ya. Kebahagiaan itu bersumber atau dimulai dari dalam, bukan karena kekayaan, bukan karena status sosial, bukan karena jabatan, bukan karena rumah mewah, tetapi yang paling pokok tentu kebahagiaan. Ini kalau dalam perspektif ini argumen biologis ya, tentu kebahagiaan itu abadi hanya karena hormon kebahagiaan, serotonin, kemudian dopamin, yang tentu yang paling kita tunggu-tunggu itu hormon cinta ya, oksitosin itu ya, hormon cinta. Dan bagaimana agama itu bisa melahirkan hormon-hormon kebahagiaan itu tentu harus berpulang kepada diri kita ya. Kajian-kajian sufistik tentu juga mengenalkan itu, bagaimana kita bisa bahagia dengan sujud kita, dengan sholat kita, dengan rukuk kita, cinta kepada Allah itu juga bagian dari hormon bahagia dalam perspektif sufistik. Saya kira itu yang paling pokok dalam konteks bagaimana kita merespon perkembangan terkini terhadap keilmuan, termasuk juga ancaman-ancaman ekologi. Ini juga menjadi persoalan krusial, karena kalau detik ini kita ditanya mana yang mau diprioritaskan, apakah pertumbuhan ekonomi atau keberlangsungan ekologi, kita pasti menjawab pertumbuhan ekonomi. Dan oleh para agamawan atau oleh orang yang peduli terhadap persoalan lingkungan, keberlangsungan hidup, tentu akan menjawab pertumbuhan yang ramah lingkungan. Jadi pertumbuhan yang lingkungan itu hanya bisa dikendalikan dengan etika ya. Etika keberagamaan apapun ya, etika itu kebaikan, relasi kita terhadap sesama, relasi kita terhadap terhadap apa, misalnya alam semesta, terhadap lingkungan, terhadap tumbuhan, itu harus basisnya cinta, kebaikan ya, kebaikan. Makanya
Recording
oleh
stopped.
para sufistik ya, oleh para
Recording in
sufistik
progress.
kode basis etika, basis moral itu banyak. Walakin asasuha wahid wa huwal hub. Ya. Jadi itulah cinta, yang cinta tadi oleh para ilmuwan ya, sebagai satu-satunya hormon keabadian ya, apa? Keabadian, kebahagiaan itu hanya lahir karena hormon, terutama hormon cinta. Maka bagaimana kita bisa melahirkan tradisi-tradisi keagamaan, perilaku-perilaku keagamaan yang menumbuhkan kedamaian, kecintaan, dan seterusnya. Nah, ini tadi yang garis bawah saya ini ya, kata cinta sebagai basis relasi kita baik sesama manusia, sesama termasuk juga dengan teknologi, dengan lingkungan, dan seterusnya. Saya kira itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Dengan berakhirnya acara ini, saya mengucapkan terima kasih dan memberikan aplaus yang luar biasa, apresiasi kepada Direktur, Wadir, dan semua panitia, dan juga kepada narasumber yang luar biasa, termasuk juga teman-teman pada sesi paralel yang ide-idenya sangat penting bagi pengembangan kajian keislaman. Sekali lagi, studi Islam tidak cukup hanya monodisiplin, tidak cukup hanya basisnya nususul muqaddasah, teks-teks suci, tetapi harus, kalau kita ingin menjawab persoalan-persoalan kekinian, maka mau tidak mau cross disiplin atau multidisiplin menjadi keharusan. Saya kira itu, mari acara yang sangat penting ini, International Virtual Conference on Islamic Studies, kita tutup dengan bacaan hamdalah. Alhamdulillah. Saya kira itu, terima kasih. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Syukran kathiran. Al-barnarizul akhir, yakni al-ikhtam wa du'a, ila ad-doktor Taufikur Rahman al-Hafidh al-Majistir, falyatafaddal alaihi mashkuran.
Suara tidak kedengaran. Prof, mohon maaf. Karena ini terputus. Mohon sinyal di ini, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mari sama-sama kita tutup dengan bacaan berdoa bersama. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma ya rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina ya maulana innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Wahdini wahdina fiqhna ila tariqil mustaqim. Rabbana atina ilman nafi'a wa amalan shalihan maqbula wa rizqan wasi'an halalan thayyiban mubarakan katsiran nafi'a wa lisanan dzakiran fasihan wa qalban khashi'a wa ilal khairi qaribna wa nisyarri ba'idna. Rabbana la tu'akhidhna in nasina wa akhtana. Rabbana wa la tahmil alaina isran kama hamalta wal ladzina min qablina. Rabbana wa la tuhammilna ma la taqata lana bihi wa'fu 'anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana fansurna 'alal qaumil kafirin. Rabbana innana sami'na munadiyan yunadi lil iman aminu bi rabbikum fa amanna. ربنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه بارك وسلم بفضل سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين شكر الله لنا ولهم الفاتحة. جزاكم أحسن الجزاء شكرا جزيلا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا كثيرا أيها المستمعون الحاضرون الكرام. قبل أن نختتم هذا البرنامج يعني الندوة العالمية الافتراضية الرابعة للدراسة العليا بالجامعة الإسلامية الحكومية بكالونgan, أستغفركم على الأخطاء من النفس. اللهم إني نعوذ بك أن نشرك بك شيئا نعلمه ونستغفرك لما لا نعلمه. شكرا كثيرا على اهتمامكم.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of ICIS 2021, and it's an honor for us to be the master of ceremony. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our gratitude to all invited speakers, presenters, and participants for their valuable contribution. And we do apologize if there is some mistake, inconvenience in this conference. That's all from us. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Recording stopped.